So I started now the recording, and as I mentioned, it is about writing applications, microservices, cloud native, but also more in general usable, because we are going to cover some aspects of Jakarta EE, of course, as CDI, JAX-RS, JPA tomorrow for data access. So that can be used, of course, in any kind of application. And we are going to use Payara Micro as our runtime where we execute our applications. As mentioned already in the intro, please feel free to ask questions. If possible, I just ask them on the spot. So you can type it in the chat, or you can unmute yourself and ask the questions. We can even have discussions, because you don't need to agree with everything that I say. If there are larger blocks that I need to cover as some additional topics or an additional example of something that you find interesting for your use case, because it's also the idea that you, for those that come with that intent to this training, and to get some more ideas of is this setup, is Payara Micro suitable for my situation, for my company? So we can have tomorrow afternoon some additional topics that I can prepare then if needed, small examples. So just interrupt me. I try to keep an eye on the chat, but you can also unmute yourself and ask the question, of course, no problem with that. So yeah, the topics we are going to cover a few architectural topics. What is cloud native? What are microservices? Because as you will see, it's not that straightforward in most cases, and you can have a discussion what is now really considered as cloud native. So that's one of the things that we will do. As mentioned, Payara Micro will be the runtime. Payara server will be mentioned a few times. Actually, all the things that I say today and tomorrow, you can also use on Payara server. So it's not really restricted on Payara server for Payara Micro, but more on the difference and why Payara Micro later on. And then as framework, going to use Jakarta EE with addition for the microservices and the cloud native stuff. I'm going to use MicroProfile, and I'm going to also use MicroStream tomorrow, because that's the sponsor of the training. So they have they can have their it's about 1 hour that you see an alternative for data access in a database or any kind of system that, and you can also do it with MicroStream. A bit more on what we are going to see then today. After this introduction and a few other smaller things, we start with cloud native. What is now cloud native, so that we try to have our goal clear, what we are going to do, and what we will be working towards today and tomorrow. And then after we have done that, we going to have an introduction of Payara and Payara Micro, specifically what it exactly is for those that are not familiar with it, the differences and those kind of things. Then going to the Jakarta EE overview, because there are some changes. They're not new, 2-3 years ago from Java EE to Jakarta EE, but maybe not everyone is familiar with all the details of that story, and etc. So that will be next. And then that first part will be mainly slides and talking, etc. Not that much code. So next thing, CDI, context and dependency injection. Then we deep dive into the code. And I explain all the things that you should know, at least as a basic thing about CDI. There are some more advanced things. So if you know already CDI, it's partially course, a recap, but I hope I can also tell you a few new things. Then it will be already our break. So we do several breaks. At the dinner break will be around that CDI one, and then after it, more architecture stuff around the difference between a fat jar and a hollow jar and the implications and what which solution is best in which case, etc. We continue with the REST endpoint, JAX-RS, and can go to a little bit MicroProfile overview so that we can have the config. MicroProfile config is a bit special in the sense that it is a long-standing trial of having something around configuration in Java EE. It started already 6-7 years ago. Then MicroProfile config did something, and now we are going to hopefully have something in Jakarta EE again around config next year. And then if we have all those technologies, CDI, JAX-RS, and MicroProfile config, we can actually create our first real application, or more or less real. You need still a few more, but we can start already with something that looks like more than Hello World. So then there is, at the end of the day, a hands-on exercise. Most for those that want, you can also continue that, of course, later on this evening. You're free to do it or not. It's up to you. But then you get a few things hands-on. Solution is also provided for those who want to just study the solution, for example, or a possible solution. For tomorrow, not going into detail, we'll have a look more tomorrow morning again, what we'll cover, but it is more MicroProfile and data access and GPA and MicroStream, and then also integration testing, because testing is also important, with security also, but don't have enough time to cover security. And then, as I mentioned, we have a possibility to have a discussion tomorrow afternoon about open points of these 2 days. I see a question. Could you please provide some info regarding time schedule? Are we tomorrow starting also at 5 o'clock? Then for those people in my time zone, is 5 o'clock. Yes, so it is. This is the US time zone session. Actually, last week there was the European one, which started probably at a more convenient hour for you. Then it was 9 o'clock European time. But yes, tomorrow also at 5. We start at 5 my time. In America, there are different time zones, so you have to recalculate it for your time zone. So 5 CET time. So we will have in what about 2 hours from now on, 2 hours and a bit, we will have our dinner break, so 1 hour break, and we will have also smaller breaks in between. So that's the time schedule. But yes, if you're in Europe, it will be between 5 and midnight, like for me. So what are the system requirements for the demo? So I will show you many demos and examples. They are also on GitHub. I will provide you the link to that one so that you can also either follow with me, or that you have that you can download it and play it with the code examples afterwards. They assume that it is that you have Java 11, that you have JDK 11 available. Although I'm not using anything specific, I think, from 11, and all the things that I mentioned is also, I will also work on JDK 8 and JDK 17. So you can choose. I hope that most of you are already switched to 11. If not, 8 is also fine, as mentioned, and a recent version of Maven. So I create examples with Maven. you can also have Gradle build scripts. That's also possible, but I'm not that super familiar with Gradle. That's for one thing, and secondly, from the polls and all the reviews that you see on internet, then you see that Maven is still more used than Gradle. So that's the reason why I'm still using Maven. But again, nothing really fancy or specific, but I'm doing a bit Maven, so only the basic stuff. For that integration testing tomorrow, that integration testing is done with Docker containers, etc. So you need at minimum a Docker client so that you can connect to something that can run your Docker containers. I'm using Docker Desktop for that, but of course that's not mandatory as long as you have a Docker client that can connect to a environment that can run those containers. So if it's okay, then I'll start with the first question: what is cloud native? And first thing is that some people see it as one word with a dash between it, cloud native, and others see it as two different words, cloud and native, that you are working within a cloud, which is not exactly the same as those that think it's one word, cloud native. So that's already one thing. So I'm going to tell a lot of the things around this around this concept of cloud and cloud native, so that I try to cover all those questions, and probably you know a few things already, but let's get started by the switch from on-premise to cloud. On-premise, that you have your own data center, your own set of servers where you maintain the operating system, you maintain the installation of your environment, your runtime, your applications, etc. You do that yourself. And of course, there is now a move to cloud environments for several reasons, of course. One of them is flexibility. With those cloud environments, you can have a command line, but also a web interface where you just click a few buttons and you specify things like memory size that you want and CPU size, and the number of cores and those kind of things. And a minute later or something, you have already your new server, which is, of course, much more flexible than if you do it on-premise. There you need to buy it, install it within your in your own data center or your server room or whoever you call it, whatever you call it, which takes, of course, much more time. And this is flexible. You choose also your optimum size for a certain application, and not every application requires the same amount of memory or same amount of cores, because some are more are highly used, others are maybe much less used. So you have that flexibility, which is, of course, a good and a great thing to go to the cloud. So that's cost efficient, but of course you have to pay for the cloud also. So there are some recent studies that indicate that people, some companies that after 1-2 years or something, that have made the switch from on-premise to cloud, that they are a bit surprised of the cloud cost. So don't expect that it will be for free. So you have to, of course, to pay for those server resources that you are using in the cloud. There is also another message I see: the use of messages queue is an important part of microservice. It's possible to include messaging using queues. Okay, that will be then something for tomorrow afternoon, because it's not really, I mentioned a few things, but not really as an example. So I'm going to try to fix something about messaging queues and microservices by tomorrow. And to continue my story about the migration, now that it is in the cloud, one of the other advantages that that you have is the automation. As I mentioned, you have a CLI where you launch a command, and then you have another server, virtual server, which means that you can write scripts to set up your environments that you need to test production. You can adapt it to your needs, etc. So that automation, that DevOps thing, or ops, operations only, is of course also an advantage to switch to the cloud. And cloud comes more than with just the ability to set up a new server. There are also features there. You have monitoring features. You have the ability to use the security, so the user management within the cloud, etc. So you can also use those cloud platform, most of the time specific for a platform. At least the implementation is specific of features, and that's another reason why you might want to change your deployment from local to the cloud. And what people say, which should not be the case, is that cloud environments are more secure because those environments, like operating systems, etc., are updated more frequently. Actually, whenever there is a new update, it is always done immediately, which means that it is probably more secure, but that should not be the case, because if you are handling everything locally, you should do that also, update immediately. If there is, for instance, a new version of JDK 11, one of those critical patch updates every 3 months, then you should update that also in your environment, and not wait until maybe once a year or when you switch to JDK 17, for example. So it should not be the case that it's more secure, but in many cases it is. See, there is a question that this is, if it's only a 1 day or 2 day training, it is indeed a 2 day training. If you only received the Zoom link for today, the link for tomorrow is the same. So those people that, because we heard in the past that there are also sometimes problems with sending both invitations. So for tomorrow, it is exactly the same link as today. I also got a note mentioning that my internet is unstable. So if I drop out, sorry for that. Hopefully it's not a real issue today. So that's the switch. But yeah, cloud is not one thing. There are several variations in what people call cloud. You have that infrastructure as a service, you have platform as a service, software as a service, and then you have containers as a service. The infrastructure as a service is basically what you have on-premise. You just sign up for a resource, the server is there, the operating system is there, but for the rest, there is nothing else there. So you have to install your runtime, you have to install Payara server, for example. You have to deploy your application, you have to maintain your environment yourself. The only thing is, it's now in the cloud, a virtual server that you can access remotely. Probably you access your local service also remotely, so that does not change that much. The only difference is that it is now in the cloud. The second type of cloud is platform as a service, where you not only have your server itself, but you also have already your runtime installed. And if I continue with that with that Payara, for example, and with what is installed, there is now since I think 1 or 2 weeks, something available which is called Payara Cloud, where you not only have your server available, but where you have Payara server or Payara Micro. It is Payara server, I think, is already installed for you on some machines that you start up. So you only need to deploy your application. So that's platform as a service. You are no longer responsible for the runtime. Payara server, or in other cases, other runtimes. That's a general concept. And the next step that's more specific is most of the time we as developers, because I assume most of you are developers or related in those development teams. Software as a service is the next level, and an example for that is your email provider. So you can, for instance, start up an instance of the email provider, or you can just go to Google and you can create your own domain and create users there. So there you only have the configuration. You don't need to deploy your application anymore. You don't deploy a email server on that instance. It's all done for you and maintained there. So that's software as a service. That's another level. As mentioned, most of the time we are not really confronted with that as a developer, as a development team. But those managed services as a platform as a service, you can see it as a database, you can see it as an API gateway, where you need to, for instance, although that's maybe already a bit of a software as a service, you have to configure there the routes and the security, for example. For serverless, again, there you need to provide your application that the runtime, which is running your application, is already there. So that's kind of a platform as a service. A bit of combination, because that container as a service, because you can provide in many cases just a Docker image, and then that will run containing your application, and that environment will run that that image as a container. Then I see that container as a service a bit as a combination, as an infrastructure and as a platform, because with those containers as a service, you need to provide your image, and within that image, you have also your runtime. So it is more or less just a server capabilities that are there. It can run runtimes and applications. It's also a bit a platform, because yeah, of course, you have that, for instance, Kubernetes platform, which is there, which is maintained by the cloud provider, etc. So I see it as a bit combination, but it is something specific. That's why there is a fourth category here on this slide. Actually, there are even more categories if you really go into all the details, etc. But these four, I think, are the most important. So it's a specific fourth one that is capable of running those containerized runtimes, as they sometimes call it. And I got this image from Otavio Santana. Maybe some people know that person. Also is also very active in Jakarta EE and data, for instance, and he makes then the comparison with pizza as a service and the infrastructure where you on the on-premise, I mean, where you have to do everything yourself, even making the pizza itself, the dough, and with everything on top of it. Then you go switch to the infrastructure as a service, where you have already a few things done for you. So you have a pre-prepared pizza. You only need to put it in the oven yourself. Pizza delivered is then platform as a service, where you where they provide all those things. You only need to eat it, and then software as a service is that you're going to a restaurant and where they the only thing that you need to do is order and they bring it on the table. It's a funny comparison. It's more or less comparable in the sense that you see the different levels, so that you maybe can understand sometimes better the idea of on-premise infrastructure, platform, and software as a service. Not sure if there is any question around this definition of what cloud is and why people switch to the cloud. If not, then we go to the, can we have more examples regarding infrastructure as a service? Not sure if there are more examples, because that's just the basic situation where, as I mentioned, through command line or through a web console, that you say, I want to have a resource, is it then called a server with X amount of cores, X amount of memory, and that's resources and created for you, and you can access that remotely so that you have a remote command line there, so that you can install it, configure it, maintain it, whatever. So not sure if there is any more example than just infrastructure as a service. Every cloud provider has some even have, like AWS, for instance, they have something like 50 different or even more configuration types that you can select, but they are all just basically the same. Say what's kind of course. For instance, you can use it the additional ones, or the ARM-based course, or the memory, but not sure if there are much more different, because it just is a server, and then basically more or less an empty server with your operating system on it. Regarding infrastructure as a service, could we mention Terraform or maybe Ansible? That's, I think, in general, not maybe infrastructure as a service only, but yeah, I mentioned cloud tools, but there are some some frameworks or products, maybe, I don't know what I should exactly call them, tools on top of those command lines, and which bring you more functionality, in the sense that you can do everything with the basic command lines of the cloud provider, of course. But with those tools like Ansible and Terraform, you can generate, or you can create your scripts to create your entire environment easier, when you know, of course, how you need to use those tools like Ansible and Terraform, of course, because they also have their learning curve, but they provide some higher level functionality, which might make it easier to maintain and operate your environment. Is that, Miguel, what you had in mind about what I should say about Ansible and Terraform for everyone? Okay, thank you. And yeah, Arthur also mentioned a question. Yes, there is a recording. So I'm recording now, and there will be made available later. You will get the emails with the links to the recordings probably somewhere next week. So not immediately, because there is a small processing part that is done. More questions on this cloud thing, or? do I switch to cloud native? Cloud was more or less straightforward, I guess. Cloud native is less straightforward, because there is no single unique generally accepted definition of what is cloud native. So there is nothing that you specifically need to do in your project, in your company, so that you can say, oh, I'm cloud native. There is several aspects, and yeah, people have different opinions about what is now cloud native and what is comprised within cloud native. So I'm going to go over a few of the internet resources that discuss what cloud native is or what it should be, and then hopefully come to a consensus at the end. But as I mentioned, that's not really a unique consensus. That's something what you make of it, or what at least what I make of it, so what I understand about what cloud native is. First of all, on the Pivotal website, so that is the company behind also Spring Boot and Spring Framework. They mention cloud native as an approach to building and running applications that exploit the advantages of the cloud computing model. So for them, they see an application, or even let's start with application, an application that uses those additional functionality that I mentioned from the cloud, and the advantages like automation. When your application is doing that or makes use of that, then you can call it cloud native. Interesting thing here, they don't mention anything about microservices. So cloud native can also be for a monolith, which is probably not what everyone thinks. There are also several books around it. So this one is from Pact, Architecting Cloud Native Applications. So that should learn us what you need to do so that you have a cloud native application. And it summarizes a few things, like it's powered by disposable infrastructure. So that's that cloud thing that we discussed. It's composed of bounded components. There you have not exactly the word microservices, but you have those bounded applications. Most of the time used as the bounded functionality, which is another term for microservices. It scales globally, so that automatic scaling there is a bit important there, and also it embraces disposable architecture, is more or less that's the same as that powered by disposable infrastructure. So here it is about not about is it using some functionality of the cloud provider like logging or those security, etc. But it's more about, okay, you have something which can be automated. You can create it on demand with scripts, and you have microservices composed of bounded application bounded contexts. InfoWorld has an article, for instance, what is cloud native and the modern way to develop software. And there it is more or less the conclusion that you are building and running applications that exploit the advantages of the cloud computing delivery model. So they also mention only about delivery, so the automation and those kind of things. So it is not a real what they are accessing. So it's about how applications are created and deployed, not where. So cloud native can also be on-premise, as long as you have, you have those automation things, for example. Another book from Praxis, it's about best development patterns and best practices around cloud native. So again, hopefully it tells us something about what you should have in your application or in your environment or in your way of working, which makes you cloud native. And their independent systems ultimately comes up in every discussion on cloud native concepts to independently deploy, update, replace, and scale, which only then refers to microservices. So here there is more or less a synonym, and they are more or less a synonym about microservices and cloud native. So that's another kind of view. We can go on. O'Reilly, there it is cloud native, where cloud native is more than a tool set. It's a complete architecture, a philosophical approach for building applications that take full advantage of cloud computing. So they see it very broad, very wide, that it is basically a philosophical approach, which again makes it not really concrete, because there are only a few things that they mention. Then there is also the Cloud Native Computing Foundation. Maybe some of you have heard already about them. They collect, or they stimulate the creation of also specifications, or specifications more on that later, around cloud native. So we will see a few things later on with the MicroProfile, which are based on cloud native specifications. There you have, their definition is that it empowers organizations to build and run scalable applications in modern dynamic environments such as public, private, and hybrid clouds. Containers, service meshes, microservices, immutable infrastructure, and declarative APIs exemplify this approach. So here again, the scalable applications, the dynamic, that you automatically can scale up and scale down everywhere, a public cloud or even a private cloud. So if you have locally a set of servers where you install this more or less the same software, which is possible. For instance, Kubernetes, you can install it on your own. So if you have something like Kubernetes installed locally on a set of servers, then where you're running containers and microservices, etc., then that's cloud native. Which not really mention, of course, that automation here, because that's if you then look what the different sources say, then for me it is four kind of things. There are four groups, four areas of ideas, concepts, etc. Around cloud native. First of all, you have that the DevOps thing, where you have that automation. So that automation is important. There was that question about Terraform and Ansible. So these kind of frameworks fit nicely in that category about the DevOps, that you do things scripted so that things can be automated. And how much you automate, that depends, of course, but you can automate all the way from your first, whenever a user makes a commit into a GitHub repo, you can automate everything, even up until the automatic deployment of your application then in production. And that can be even, some companies do it. I don't know if it's the best approach, but some companies do it, that it goes immediately to production. Every time that you do a commit, all the tests run successfully, all the integration tests, all the checks, whatever is there. If they all successfully, then they push it to production. I'm saying that maybe it's not the best idea because unless maybe that you are sure that you are testing everything, that you know that whenever all those tests pass, that you are sure that things can go to production automatically without any intervention, so without any smoke testing or any manual testing or whatever you call it by some people. And probably works if you have enough tests, if you are more than enough confident, but it also fails. One of the examples that are one of the stories that people tell about those automatic deployments, which goes horribly wrong, is even with Amazon, where they did as usual. I don't know if it's continuously or once a day or whatever, but they do that automatic deployment in production. So on Friday evening, there was put something live, but there was an issue with the prices, which means that every product on their website was available for 99 cents, even TVs and refrigerators, etc. So they only found out the following morning when there was a huge request and huge list of orders for almost 99 cents products. So that was not the best weekend for a few people. There are other of those tutorials, of course. It is perfectly possible, but make sure that you test more than normal. You should not test 100%, but like 150%. So that's why that automatic deployment to production is not that common. Also in that image you see, well, as you can expect, most of the resources, or at least if there is a mentioning, then it is around microservices, and also due to that operations, that it is automated. If you're working with containers, that's easier than without. I'm not saying it is not possible. It is just easier if you're working with containers to do all that automation. And that means that containers and microservices are most of the time also associated with cloud native. But yeah, if you say, in my case, I follow a few of those things, then yeah, probably you are also cloud native. So it's a bit a vague area. Any questions about cloud native? So what we will see, so that people have the time to type in a question maybe, so what we will see about these concepts then of cloud native is containers. We cover it tomorrow. Containers, microservices, that's how you are using your architecture. So we are going more in detail about microservices a bit tomorrow, but I guess everyone by now has already heard enough about the difference between microservices and monolith, for example. There is also a few things about specific functionality, about visibility, about what your application is doing. So that's also covered in this training. And then the basics of, as I said, CDI, JAVAPRO, MicroProfile, the basic for creating those kind of applications. I don't see any question for the moment, so then we cover the next point. First of all, we are, as you have seen now, I'm going to talk a bit about the architecture, and that's one layer. about how you can structure, how you can deploy your application, and there is no good and bad way. It all depends on your specific case, on your specific situation. Then we have the next layer of how I'm going to implement my application, and it's with Jakarta EE and not something else like Spring Boot or even A.NET or in JavaScript or whatever. You're going to use it with Jakarta EE, Java, and also MicroProfile. I'll discuss more about the relation between those two because that's maybe not always clear for everyone. But now the exact relationship between Jakarta EE and MicroProfile is, and we cover also MicroStream as as part of the implementation layer. And then we run it on Payara Micro. So I'm going to tell how you can launch your application, how you configure it at the basics, and of course not really extended because I've going into detail about all the possibilities of Payara Micro itself, that it takes maybe already an entire day. But basics around configuration, how you can run it, etc. I will cover and give links to documentation and other resources where you can learn more for specific things. So first of all, what is Jakarta EE? Because not everyone has that knowledge from the intro what I heard. So yeah, Jakarta EE is the new name of Java EE, but that's from the history. I'll come to that in a moment. And it is a set of specifications. I come to one of the next slides, defines what is a specification, because that's different than, for instance, a library or a framework like Spring Boot. It is something different. And yeah, it builds on top of the standard Java SE, where you have specific enterprise features with distributed computing in mind. So where you have already from the beginning, where you have something like client server or multiple servers clustered and those kind of things in mind. For web services or other, not everything is web services. The main goal of Jakarta EE are web services in the sense that you call them from somewhere, from your client, from another server. So it is not really a job or a command that you start with your program. You can launch your Java program and that performs something, and that's something command line things. That's not really the idea of Jakarta EE. It started by Sun, and the first release was the first official release, because there was first the project was called something else than Java EE. Actually, it was called J2EE, and then it was version 1.2. So it was because you had at that moment Java 2, and you had Java 2 Enterprise Edition version 1.2. So that was afterwards really confusing numbering because they went up to 1.4. And then it was no longer Java 2, of course, and those kind of things. It was first with Sun and completely maintained by Sun, later taken over because Oracle took over Sun, mainly for their servers. Oracle was a bit interested in Java, but their main interest for Sun was their hardware, the servers that they provided. Oracle made it a bit more open source in the sense that it was not only internal people of Sun or Oracle that decided what went into Jakarta EE or how you should develop it, Jakarta EE and those kind of things. But at the end, Oracle saw that they did way too much work. You will see that later why that it's a specification, why it's important, so that the competition of Oracle itself, so IBM, Red Hat, Payara, or Totomi Tribe, and those kinds of companies, they had too much gain by all the work that was done by Oracle. That's their story. I'm not saying that it is like that, it's their story. So that's why they completely donated the Java EE codebase to the Eclipse Foundation in September 2017. More on the history in a moment. So now it is really an open source governed by the Eclipse Foundation. In the sense that from the point of view that you have a set of specification, but that you have a means of handling enterprise features, there in that sense it is comparable to Spring and Spring Boot, which was created as a reaction to, I think, not the first version, but after the second version or something like that, of that J2EE, they some people said, well, the way how Sun thinks that things should be done in enterprise are not the way we think it can be done. It can be done much easier. And that's how Spring started. But then there was a mutual competition in the sense between those two. They learned from each other. They took ideas from each other. And for instance, Spring Boot is then the simplification of working with Spring, which was inspired by Java EE 5. So they took ideas and in a sense made sure that they became better and better, and so both frameworks became better. So Jakarta EE also changed because they saw what Spring and Spring Boot was doing, and vice versa. The main difference, of course, between Jakarta EE and Spring and Spring Boot is, of course, that Spring is now operated by Pivotal, which is a single vendor, and in a sense is not as open source as Java EE is. Of course, you can use the Spring Boot and you can still use the Spring code for free. You don't have to pay for to use it, but in the sense that you don't have any say in what will be in version Spring 7, for instance, because Spring 6 is out now. So if you as a community, as a user, you probably don't have much to say what how Spring 7 will work, whereas now Jakarta EE is by the Eclipse Foundation is completely open source. So you can just open an issue and you can start a discussion. And if the rest is following you, that's of course another thing, but you can active collaborate for the next version. So a few words on that timeline and what now the relation exactly between Java EE and Jakarta EE is. So Oracle released in August 2017 what was called Java EE 8. So that was the last version that was released by Oracle. It was after a year where not that much happened anymore, so it was clear, and there was a lot of arguments and a lot of things around what is Oracle trying to do, because there is nothing much happening. So then in September 2017, the announcement came that they would donate it. There was some people that said that they were working on some alternatives internally first, but that it failed, and then they just decided to give it away. Whatever the exact thing might be, the code became open source, so it became under the wings of the Eclipse Foundation. And the first thing what was done with that code was that it was taken, that all the source repositories and Java EE contains around 37 different specifications, so that was it were a lot of time and effort went into that migration from code bases, from infrastructures, because now all those artifacts needed to be generated by scripts maintained and running on servers of the Eclipse Foundation, because the code was donated, but of course not the entire build scripts infrastructure to generate it. So that was quite a lot of work what was needed to get a Jakarta EE8 out of the door. The code is identical, except the Maven artifact names under which they are published, those artifacts, they were different. Once that was done, there was another change that needed to be done, because the code was donated, but it was actually donated as read-only. Because the for instance, all the package names, that was JavaX, etc. For instance, javax.servlet.http request. But Java and JavaX are trademarks of Oracle, which means that no one was allowed to make any change, because that change would then mean that it was under the name of Oracle, that it was still seen as done by Oracle from the trademark point of view and the intellectual property view. So that meant that everything needed to be changed to what's called the Jakarta namespace. So package names are changed, XML namespaces are changed, etc. to JavaX to Jakarta. And then that was Jakarta EE9, which was still on JDK 8, because they said they would not try to do two things at the same time, the namespace and JDK 11, because JDK 11 was already out quite some time at the time, but it was chosen to do one thing, one step at a time. 9.1 was the ability for enterprises to certify against that 9.1 on JDK 11. And then the new work could start, so new features could be added, and Jakarta EE10 was launched now in September, so 2 months ago. So what we are using today and tomorrow, and what probably 99% of the world, if they are using Jakarta EE already, they are still using Jakarta EE8. So we will only use Jakarta EE8. But if you change the namespace for your application, you change maybe dependencies of your application that makes use also of that namespace, then you can run it on Jakarta EE10 and the new Payara 6, which came out a few weeks ago, but we are still using Payara 5 because that one is built on top of Jakarta EE8. That's a bit about the timeline, which I hear from many people, which is confusing and they don't know the details, which if you don't follow it from on a daily basis, I can assume that it's not that easy to know what is going on. So hopefully this timeline clarified a few things for them, and that we are using Jakarta EE8. You will also see it in the dependencies that we are going to use. Don't see any questions for the moment. There is a question now. What would I switch from J to SE to Jakarta EE? What are the main advantages? Well, the SE version is pure your JVM. So that means that if you are creating an enterprise application where you only are using the JVM classes, which means that you have nothing within your dependency of your project, then that's possible. But of course, that's not very useful and probably not very efficient, because, for instance, you need to, based on those HTTP sockets, for instance, you need to write the a decoder that accepts requests from clients like browser or other processes, and then you need to reply with a response. So if you say, I want to go back to the pure Java SE way, then yeah, of course you have a lot of work and you have to write a lot of things yourself. Of course, there are some things in between now these days, and Spring Boot is probably also, you can also see that because you have a main method. You start up your Spring Boot application by executing a main method. But of course, there you have an entire framework behind, created for you, tested for you, executed by what, maybe millions of other people, so that the quality is, of course, better of your application that you're writing. Other than Spring Boot, you also now have Quarkus, Micronauts, Helidon, etc., which work more or less the same way. So you have a main method, but they are all using Jakarta EE parts, bits and pieces. Also Spring Boot. Spring Boot is using the servlet specification, is using optionally then, of course, JAX-RS, for example. That's, for example, the reason why you have now a Spring 6 and Spring Boot 3, because they also made the switch from Java X to Jakarta. So they also, because everything what they are depending on has more or less changed or is in the process of changing. So that means that they also need to change. So Java SE, pure Java SE, but I don't think that's something that you mean, then of course that would be a nightmare. The advantage of this is that you have a server there and that you can deploy a WAR file, just as you have with Spring Boot, where you can, underneath you run Jetty or Tomcat. They can also run WAR files, or you can have an executable jar. More on that also later. But what then the main advantage here is with Jakarta is that you have a specification, and I'll come to that in a moment, what the specification is, so that you are not tied to one vendor. For instance, if you don't like Payara Micro, well, okay, that's possible. Then you can switch to Open Liberty, for instance, or to Wildfly, which you don't have the case with, which is not possible with Spring Boot, for instance, because Spring Boot is Spring Boot, and you cannot switch to something which is based on the same specification, because it's something unique. And again, within the competition within Jakarta EE makes those servers better, and that the vendors listen to their users, because if a vendor does not care what the user think about their product, then they just switch to someone else. Does that more or less answer the question? Probably a bit more. I told a bit more around it, but maybe I can then switch to that. What is now a specification? Because that is maybe not clear for some of you. So a specification are three things. That's a document that describes how certain functionality works. So purely text-based, so it's no code at all. Then you have something which is called the API, which is a set of Java classes, mainly interfaces and abstract classes. There are also regular classes, but yeah, it's the typical API that that if you use that API, then you follow, and if your runtime then follows that specification, then you have that functionality described in the document. And a runtime then, that's not for you as a developer or someone who uses Jakarta or uses Payara Micro. So there is what's called TCK, a test compatibility kit, which is a set of, and in the case of Jakarta EE is around 70,000 tests in total for all the specifications together. So there is a massive test suite that tests if the runtime actually follows what in that document is described as functionality and how it should work. So that if you have a Jakarta runtime, and on the right there is a list of all the Jakarta runtimes that are certified for EE8, so for version 8, and you see there are pure alphabetical, so there is no order in, so no preference, but you see there JBoss from Red Hat, you see Open Liberty from IBM, you see Payara, and Payara Micro is not certified, correct, but you see Payara Server, but more on that why Payara Micro is not certified in a moment. But you see Payara Server, you see also Wildfly, you see all those vendors. Oracle also with WebLogic Server 14. So all these runtimes that have passed all those tests from the test suite and can call themselves certified. But the specification is not enough. So if you just import, as we will see later, and for those that know Jakarta EE, they know it already, but if you just import the API, then yeah, you cannot run your application. It's not like with Spring Boot. If you include the dependencies that you can just run it. No, here you need is runtime to run your application. But you can include your runtime into your application, and then you have still a single artifact, but the API itself is not enough. These are the most important, because in total there are something like 37 or even 38 of all the specifications which are part of Jakarta EE, and that's 8. So it's not that's not 10. There because as I said, we are going to discuss Jakarta EE8, and you have two what's called profiles, and because there are so many specifications, it became clear that not every user, not every company, not every application needed all of them, because there are so many aspects, and some of them are maybe not at all relevant for your application. So that's why there is now a split between the full platform with all 37 and what's called the web profile. The web profile are those specifications that are really linked to HTTP handling. So the REST, the servlets, and those kind of things are there. Other protocols like messaging, remote method calls, SOAP, etc., are not part of that web profile and are only part of the full profile. So what, I don't know, a lot of applications these days are only need that HTTP protocol. So that's why most of the, at least new applications, are created with that web profile. So that, as I mentioned, you have servlet and REST, but also, of course, for instance, JSON processing, so that you can handle JSON. You have those context as CDI, so that you have your dependency injection, you have persistence and security, you have interceptors, and those kind of things. So that's all available within that web profile. And Payara provides you basically two different runtimes, and they are Jakarta EE compatible or even certified. The first one is the Payara server. What's an example of what's called a typical application server, which follows the full profile, but you also have a version which only has the web profile, so it cannot run, for instance, SOAP, so applications with SOAP endpoints. And what is typical for Payara server is that you have that install, configure, and run. So you download Payara server, you install it. So most of the time it is just unzipping it. Then you configure it. You need to configure connection pools. You need to configure whatever you need to configure for your environment. So there is a distinct configuration phase, which can be through a GUI or through scripts, through a CLI, but you need to configure it, unless, of course, you don't need anything to configure, but that's a rare case, I guess. And then you can run your application by deploying your WAR file or your EAR file, your enterprise archive, or your web archive. You can deploy it, and then your application can be running. Payara Micro is what most people now call a runtime, not really a server. So it's not a piece of it's not a process which is sitting there and waiting until there is something deployed. So it is a runtime which takes your application and runs it. So that you don't have there those 3 steps: install, configure, and run. You have just run my application, and configuring is done on the fly. We will see a few examples today and tomorrow. Payara Micro is only web profile. So you cannot have a Payara Micro for full. So most of the time I get a question, so I'll probably say it already now. So you cannot deploy cannot deploy applications that has SOAP endpoints on Payara Micro. It is possible if you start to fiddling and adding additional libraries, but it's not really designed for that. Also, the idea is that SOAP is not something that is used in many cases for microservices, for those cloud runtimes, because Payara Micro is designed for those containerized environments, and we will see several cases that supports it, that why it is specifically designed and implemented as it is implemented for those containers. Okay, any question about Jakarta EE and Payara for the moment? And then there will be a 10 minutes break so that I can get another hot drink so that my voice keeps on going for 2 days. And then you also have time for a break. But first, are there any questions around what is Payara, so, and the difference between server and micro, and what Jakarta EE is? I don't see any question appearing, so I assume all is clear. So then we have 10 minutes break, and there's a question: will there be an example demo for Payara server and Payara Micro? I was not planning to show how you run these applications, because the applications that we are going to create, you can run them with Payara server, but I was not planning to do that because it was a training course around Payara Micro. But you can run it, but I was not planning to do it. A question from Joachim, is SOAP gone for Payara Micro? Yes, SOAP is not included in Payara Micro, so that's because of this schema. Payara Micro can only run these type of applications which are linked to this type of specification. So, and SOAP, which is here in the bottom, is a full profile. So, yeah, an application with SOAP endpoints cannot be executed by default on Payara Micro. As I mentioned, in theory it's possible, but that's not the idea. Okay, then 10 minutes break. We start again at, it's already now 37, so at 27, so 37 minutes after the hour, because maybe everyone is in another time zone. That's why I just say 37 minutes after the hour. I start again with a first example of Payara Micro and how you can get started. See you in a few minutes. So, welcome back. If you went away from the screen. So now that we have hopefully a idea of what Jakarta is, why you can choose, or in which cases you can choose Payara Micro. We will see more examples, of course, of how you can use Payara Micro and where it is different from server. So now that we have the more theoretical intro behind, so let's switch to something real, because I assume most of you are developers. And code always is more fun to work with than these slides and pure theoretical explanation. There are several ways of getting Payara Micro to get started. I'm going to cover now one of them to download actual the jar file, because it is a jar file that you are using. I'm going to show that one, and another one where it's automatically downloaded as part of your Maven build, even combined with your application to one larger executable jar file. That's for an example a bit later on. So here on the Payara downloads site, so you have Payara Fish website. You have here a download section at the top where you can go for the download of the community edition. And so those that are, or those that have enterprise, that they have other options of downloading jar and the jar file, and have specific versions for enterprise. As mentioned, there is no Payara 6, but that is EE10. It's also described here in the top. Payara 6 is for Jakarta EE10 platform. So we still need that Payara 5, and we need the Payara 5 Micro. So you can click on the download button of this one, and then the jar is downloaded. It's 77 megabytes, the download itself. I'm not going to continue that. It does not take long, but I have downloaded it already, and I've put it here in this directory. And I have changed the name just because I've removed that. You see the remove the version number. That was the one that I used the previous time. So now it is a version 4. Maybe few words on that version numbering. So yeah, Payara 5 or 6, that's of course a major version, and it indicates the like Jakarta EE 8 support in 5 or 10 in 6. Then the second part is the year. So they for each year, it starts over the numbering again from number 1. Normally, there is every month a new release. This year is now special because we are at the end of the year, and you only have 4 versions, 4 releases. And because of the work which is also done in Payara 6, but the idea is, and I think it still is, that there is a monthly release of Payara Server and Payara Micro, so that you will have new versions each month with fixes, new functionality, etc. However, for Payara 5, this one is the latest. That's the last one, the latest and the last one. So there will be no more Payara 5 if I have read the announcements correctly. Because yeah, the idea is, of course, that people should start switching to Payara 6. And then if you still need Payara 5 and you still need something updated, fix or whatever, then you need to go for enterprise, and then you need to pay for it, for that additional support of maintaining that version. So this is the 4th release of this year. I said the last one, and I have downloaded that one and removed the number so that it is just Payara Micro.jar. Most of the time I do use autocomplete, so that would not make a difference, but yeah, I'm used to have not that number there. Also for scripts, that's easier if you just always put that version in a fixed place. How can you run Payara Micro? That's through that executable jar file. So there are a few steps additional that comes later in one of the slides, but just an executable jar file. So it is Java -jar, and then you should type the path to the war file and the name of the war file, for example, demo war, as one of the parameters. A lot of other parameters are possible. Several of them will be covered during these 2 days, but that's how you start Payara Micro with a specific application. You can even have multiple, but most of the time you are using only one. I can also start it without an application. That does not make much sense, but then just Payara Micro starts. And then you see that the things are starting. There are no URLs for REST endpoint because there is nothing, but Hazelcast is started for the clustering, for example, and everything is up and running in that time. No application, so that's the next thing that we will do. That's one way, but there are other ways, as you will see. Yeah, a bit of sales. Why Payara? Because it's now less relevant, but in the beginning, not every Jakarta runtime had also MicroProfile included. For instance, Glassfish, which is also, it's actually it's not really, you should not call it a reference, but it is one of the main implementations to be able to release those specifications. They are now only start to add a few MicroProfile implementations. So the beginning, Payara was one of the first, or actually the first, to combine Jakarta with MicroProfile. So that was one thing why you could choose Payara. It has a few cloud and container-specific features. I'll mention them for those that are for those places that are relevant for that. So that might also be a nice reason. The clustering capabilities, from what I have seen with other runtimes, it is probably the easiest. Payara is the easiest runtime to set it up in a cluster, so that data, for example, can be shared between several instances. And what people say is that it has it has very good support. So if you go for enterprise, you get really well support about your questions about things that you want to do and don't know how, or if you think there is an error, that they can help you reproduce it, etc. That was, and that's one way what I will use most of the time, and I will say later why I'm using most of the time this way of starting Payara Micro and my applications. The second option, where you combine it with your application together in your Maven build, is an example which I will cover with one of the other demos. So if there are no questions around how you can get a download and how you normally run your application, then I would like to start with CDI. Just waiting a few more seconds if someone is typing. I find it a bit annoying from Zoom that I cannot see if someone is typing or not. So if I can expect a question in a few seconds or not. Context and dependency injection. It's what also, for instance, Spring and Spring Boot has. That is that you have objects, beans, which are instantiated by the, it's called the content. Oh, is there a way to configure Spring Boot to use Payara Micro? I come to that later. I'll write it down that I don't forget it. So you have beans instances that are created by your runtime. So the CDI container, as it's called, is responsible for performing the instantiation. So you as a developer don't write new order service. You don't write that yourself. An order service is instantiated by the system, and you get a reference to that so that you can make use of that functionality. And those instances that are created are what's called bound to a life cycle. So you can have an instance which is linked to a request scope. So that means that for each user, for each request that comes in, there will be a new instance, so that you don't mix the data from your request, for example, the data from different users' requests. Or you have only one, like that order service probably is not depending on the data of your request itself, in the sense that you have, of course, parameters, method parameters, which are depending on the request which came in, but there is no property in the service itself. So a class property, an instance property, which holds user-specific data. If that's the case, then of course the bean, you should have a bean for each request, but other than most of the time that those beans don't have that, those services, for example, I will show you a few examples, at least one example of it. Then that means that you can have you only need one instance, and that you don't need to create it over and over again, so that you help the JVM in this memory management, that you don't create unnecessary instances of all those objects. That's one thing. What is done by your CDI container, which is also part of Payara Micro in our case. And the second thing is that you have a decoupling, in the sense that if your bean requires another bean, another service to perform part of its functionality, then your bean, your service itself does not need to look up for that or where that service is, where that instance can be get from. So it is injected. It is provided by the container. What's called in the beginning, I'm not sure if that still is much used, that term, the Hollywood principle. Don't call us, we call you. From the actors that don't call those, don't call the Hollywood directors, etc. of, hey, I want to play in your next movie. No, directors call actors, do you want to play? So they provide you with the info, they provide you with data. Here also you have injection. So another instance, a product service, for instance, is injected into the order service, and the order service can use that product service to look up the product, for instance, that it needs. That has, of course, the added benefit that what you are injecting does not need to be the original class. So that product service, okay, it has what is injected has, of course, all the methods of product service, but it can be a proxy. Proxy which has additional functionality on top of the class which is injected. So things like security, things like transaction management. Transaction management and database is discussed tomorrow, and then you will see how decorating those injected objects, interceptors. Interceptor is also in a moment, but with a real world example with that transactions and database, you will see an example tomorrow of how that can make things easier. This is what I now told is not different from Spring and the Spring Boot container. There you have it also. They have the same functionality also there, creating beans, injecting beans, decorating, so interceptors and all those things. So that's not different. It's only slightly different way how you need to define it than with Spring, but functionality. What is more or less unique with CDI is that it has a very nice event and notification system. So you have that producer-consumer concept. So producer creates information, an event, saying, hey, there is a new order, and some listeners can pick up then that event and do some additional actions based on the content of the event or on the event itself that it happened, can do a few things. CDI has the an implementation of that principle, the consumer, producer and listener or consumer thing, where both parties does not even know what the other party is. So a listener, a consumer, does not need to register itself with the producer. And how that works, I will show you in the example of CDI. yeah, that's also called inversion of control, that where you have the classic main method that instantiates a service A, and service A needs to then to go look for his dependencies and instantiate them. That's now inverted, and the control is inverted. The container creates service A and sees that, oh, it also needs another dependency at that blue block, and it creates that also and injected already, and you receive in your code an instance of that service A. So you still write some new, the new keyword, but not for those beans that are maintained, which are handled by your container. So how does that work? I have here, I think, something like 9 or 10 different examples of all the most important concepts of CDI. And just to make it easier, and it is possible, I'm not using Jakarta. Yeah, I'm using Jakarta, sorry. I'm not using Payara and Payara Micro here to run my applications. You can also have the SE version, so the Java SE version, so that, for instance, on the client side, that you have a command line program or whatever, and that you also use that dependency injection there. You can have a Swing application, you can have a Java FX application, for example, so you can use it also there. So that's also the reason why I'm using this as an example, so that you see it, that it's also possible in those scenarios. But for the rest, everything that I tell in this example is also usable in Payara Micro without any change, except when starting the container that you need to do manually within this SE, within this client type of applications, which you don't need to do, of course, in Payara Micro. That's a responsibility of Payara Micro itself, that it launches the container and do whatever is needed. So that's the only difference. But for the rest, is identical. So this is the way how you initialize a new container. So you ask for a new instance and then you initialize it. What's happening on the initialization, I will cover in a moment. Yeah, maybe just so that Tom here, we have one dependency, which is Weld, which is one of the implementations of CDI specification. And it has everything included in one jar file. That is what's called the shaded version for the Java SE. And this is the last version, which is available for Jakarta EE 8. So we started up, and from that container, we will see in a moment how you do it within Payara Micro, for example. You can access what's called the bean manager, and that's the class which is responsible for accessing every bean within that container, or make sure that you can access every bean in that container. And you can ask, for instance, get me all the beans which follow the contract of the object. And since you know that each class extends object, which means that this returns you the entire list of all the beans within the CDI container. And we just printed out, and here the size. I'll run it, and then I'll tell more about why there are 39 beans and why you should exclude some of them in normal situations. So you see, we have our applications here itself, but there are some things that I have designed here, some real beans. Come to that. That's one of the examples. I think the second or the third one. That's also beans that I created, but you also see that there are some beans specific from JBoss, and there's, yeah, if you do this within Payara Micro, you would also see quite a lot of beans specific to Payara Micro. So where does he know what beans he needs to which he needs to take? What is the criteria that a class is a bean or not? Because not all classes are beans. First of all, you define how the discovery is going to be done. And that was explicitly said here, but it's not the best practice. That means bean discovery mode all means that all classes which follows, I think, 3 rules are considered a bean, which means any class which is an actual class and not an abstract class, for instance, or an interface, can be a bean. That you have a suitable constructor, in the sense that you have a no argument constructor, or a constructor where if it has arguments that you explicitly indicate that they are also beans, and of course that the system find it as a bean here in the container. That's the second requirement. And the third requirement is that it is not an inner class of another class, except static inner classes, but really an inner class. I mean, something like public class X, and yeah, as you know, not this one as this one. You know, Java, this class X cannot be accessed outside of this class, so he cannot create an instance of X standalone. So that's also then the reason why it's not a CDI. That's the all thing, but that means that, for example, my application here is also bean, but that does not make sense. And most of the time, which is now default for Jakarta EE10, I'm going to mention those things, although, you know, we are working for Jakarta EE8 only, but I'm preparing you already for the future. The best way is to have here annotated. And that means that you need to specify yourself if a class is a CDI bean, yes or no, by giving it a specific scope. What's called a bean defining scope. I'm not sure if it's here, if it's mentioned always, but application scope is one of those scopes that clearly indicate that this class can be used as a CDI bean, because we say that if it is created by the container, there can only be one instance created for the entire application. So it's more or less a singleton. Why there is not a name singleton? Because singleton is used for environments. Application, yeah, it's clearly that it is only for one, that there is only one for the application. If you have your application twice deployed, for instance, in Docker, Kubernetes, whatever, then you have multiple, of course. So that's why it's not called singleton. So with that annotated in that beans XML, that means that only these classes are considered. So I have changed it now. It was 39. If I run my application again, then there will be a few less, at least these ones, you see, and now we have only 32. So yeah, so that's actually these 7 which are no longer within this list. I'm going to put it back again so that I don't by accident commit this to the, yeah, just saying commit for those who want to download the code and play it, for instance, during the dinner break. I'm going to I put it also in the chat, so don't worry. You can find this example and all the other examples that we cover today and tomorrow in this GitHub repo. There you have the demos. For instance, that CDI one is the one what I'm now covering. So this is the link to the GitHub repo. How do you select or manually, like here, from the container, or how does the container know what it needs to inject into other beans? For instance, I can do a select vehicle, but vehicle is an interface. But luckily, there is only one implementation of that interface, which is called car. So this is application scoped. We have all, of course, also, but this class will result in a CDI bean. And within that container, it will be having 3 labels of the types that you can ask to get that bean. The first one is the class itself. The second one is the interface, and the third one is object, of course. If you say, well, no, I'm going to first continue with the rest. So I'm asking the container, select me the bean which has that vehicle class as contract. Let's call it the contract. And we that gives an optional, kind of optional, it is an instance. So we get the actual bean from that return type. And we can call a move on that object, which just prints out my car is moving. Typical thing with inheritance and interfaces. But I can also, as I mentioned, I can also select the car, because that's also as contract class, or how should I call it, for that actually the same CDI bean. And since we have defined it as application scope, we will get here a reference to a car, which is actually the same reference that we got here. And we can check that by doing an equals and by even doing a equals through the equal sign, which means the same reference. Here I'm calling it from the container, which is Java SE only. Within a runtime, I always put those kind of comments to the code. This is the way how you can use it within Payara Micro. If you cannot use the injection, of course, come to that in a moment, what injection is. So I'm running it. I'm retrieving twice the same object. So the move is my car is moving, and since I've given a unique based on the UUID, a unique identifier, you see that it is the same, and it is even equals, and references are the same. Sometimes you need to perform some initialization, or just before, when your bean is destroyed, you can need to do some cleanup. It is not recommended to use the constructor for that. So don't do any initialization in the constructor. It is recommended to have a method where you have the annotation at post construct. Because there might, I find the explanation a bit weird, but okay, I follow the thing in the specification. There might be the case that your object here is multiple times instantiated, but only once available within your CDI bean. That might be the case, apparently. So that means that if you do the initialization here, it is done multiple times, and sometimes it does not. It is not useful because that object is thrown away anyway. So always do it in a method. I call it init, but you cannot call it x, y, z, whatever. it is a method without parameters, with post construct annotated, where you do the initialization. This you can also have then the is it destroyed? No, this pre-destroy. The pre-destroy annotation, so that you can use for the method that needs to be executed when the bean is thrown out of the container. For instance, for a request, so at the end of the container, at the end of the request, you no longer need the bean, so then it is removed. Then this method can be called. Mainly used more rare cases than the initialization. For instance, if you have some kind of resources like files that you open, like socket connections that you open in the init, you need to close them. So that's then the way of closing them. That's how you should close them in that pre-destroy method. Now I'm coming here to the thing what I was trying there before, but waited. So as I mentioned, you can have here, there are 3 contract classes: car, vehicle, and object, but you actually can define yourself what class it will be available. So if I do this, then if I would run this this first application again, my car would no longer appear in the list because it does not follow object anymore, because now I have explicitly said that it should only be selectable through the car class, not through vehicle, not through object. In some cases, but it's more advanced cases, in some cases this can be useful, this typed. And since we are now at the annotations that you can put, there is another one. Again, there are some, but that's most of the time when you are using not when you're using all and not annotated. For instance, you can also say that this class is not a bean, but of course, application scope and vetoed together, that does not make sense. But it is possible to explicitly exclude a class here. And it's also possible to exclude entire directories. So for instance, let's say there is an auto-generated directory, and then you can say exclude everything what's in that package. Not the directory, of course, in that package. If I don't see any question, I'll just continue. So please, if you have questions, interrupt me for a specific. If you have a question on that specific topic. Here, is there any plugin for IntelliJ? There is. You mean which list all the beans, etc.? Probably that's what you mean. Yeah, first of all, for here, you see that this is a bean. And then you can open that CDI tool window, and then you get here all the classes, for instance, that you have defined on application scoped, request scoped, etc. So yeah, because it's a Java SE program, I only used application scope. You can have qualifiers, for instance. I come to that in a moment. What are qualifiers, etc. So this is one thing, and now I have to move several Zoom windows to get rid of this window again. And here, for instance, you have this CDI bean, and you say inject me this an instrument, and then but it takes apparently just one because there are multiple. So that are the tools for IntelliJ that you have. Another question is, in which cases it makes sense to annotate a bean with typed? Oh, okay. I'll answer that at the end, because I said it's really so advanced, and yeah, maybe I can. Okay, I'll cover it with one of the next topics, but it's only in rare cases that you're going to use it. So this is more the way how you use it within Payara Micro. So you have one class and you inject it, so you don't go searching for a bean yourself in the container. You just say, inject me an instrument, because I have an orchestra and I have instruments, but yeah, of course, I have different types of instruments: piano, violin, and xylophone. How does it know? Because that needs to be unique in some way, because otherwise he cannot, the container cannot guess what you want. If it's not unique, it cannot know what it needs to inject here. So that's where this comes in, which is a qualifier. Qualifier. So we have as instruments, we have the piano, and we have said that this is an instrument, a qualifier with this label, this of type keyboard. So I've just created an enum with 3 types, the string type of instruments, percussion types, and keyboard type things. And I have created here that qualifier that says that I'm going to make a discrimination between multiple classes, which all have something in common, but you can distinguish them based on this value. You can have multiple. It's not only allowed to have one discrimination attribute here, you can have multiple, but based on that enum value. Which means that I can create a piano which is of type keyboard, I can create a violin which is type string type, and I can create a percussion one. And my instrument, I can inject then a percussion, a keyboard, and I can define here the violin for this one. You just said that it needs to uniquely define. I just said inject. How does it know what to inject in this case? Because there is no qualifier. If there is no qualifier, then default is added by default. Default is also a qualifier. It's also a qualifier from CDI itself. That so every object has a qualifier, and if we look at the piano, I have not only said that it is a type keyboard, but I also added their defaults. So it has 2 qualifiers. You can have multiple qualifiers on AB. So this then says to the container, okay, inject me something, but inject me the default. So if you want to be 100% clear, and that's most of the time my preference, then you should write something like this. Because then now it is 100% clear what you mean. Inject me the instrument default. But that's not needed. So most people don't write it, but it is possible. Suppose that you want to have an overview of all possible instruments in your orchestra, that you want to have those beans. Then you can inject them here one by one, but that's not useful. Then this is another qualifier, which it's called any. But of course, since that is a list in most cases, you need to do something special, and that's that instance. In the beginning, I said it was an optional. Actually, it is a list. Instance is a list where you can select all of them, ask if there is only one, and if there is only one, you can do the get, and that was how I used it here. That assumes that there is only one, and you take that one. Last thing about this, about injection, and because I'm now covering here that instance, if for some reason I did not have a class which was annotated with this qualifier, so he does not find anything which is suitable to be injected here, then you get an error during startup. Not at runtime of startup, it fails, because it says that every injection is required. How do you do the optional ones? Then that is through that instance here. So you can also do it like this. But then instance as a class, of course, instance instrument optional. So then it will never fail. And during execution, you can say optional is resolvable. So does it has one or multiple? Is unsatisfied, then you can do, if it's not unsatisfied, then for instance, then you can do optional get me the actual instrument. Why I did change it, and I don't use if resolvable is get, because resolvable means that you can also have multiple. And then this get will fail because it sees, oh, there are multiple and you're asking one. So I'm not going to allow that because you assume that there is only one, but actually there are more. So this will fail. Then you need to do something else. For instance, what it is doing here with that any instruments, it is looping, it is going over the entire list using a stream. It copies it uses the sound of that instrument, and it collects and prints it out. So if we are running this, and I hope I did not change anything which break the application, then you will see that it says, the string is the violin, keyboard is piano, etc. All sounds, we get all the sounds here through that any. Someone unmuted himself for a question, or was that? Oh, excellent. Okay, no question. So qualifiers are important. And now there was that question, when you might use typed. Sometimes people use instead of you can use those qualifiers all the time, but you can, for instance, use here the typed. That says I'm not going to associate instrument with this bean, but only with only the class itself. You can do the same for violin and xylophone. That, of course, means that you no longer can inject based on instrument, based on the interface. That's one of the cases, which I remember that, I don't know why I used it, but at some point I used it for that. Sometimes, but that as I said, that is advanced. Suppose you have an interface and there are other options, you will see it, but there, although I did not mention it here, and there is already one implementation provided, of course, then, and you can inject against that instrument, that works fine. And that's available in a third-party dependency, a third-party jar file. Suppose that you want to create your own version of that interface, and you want to make sure that it does not collide with the bean which is there already by default. You can also define that it has only the type explicitly and not the interface. As I said, it's advanced things that normally are not used within within all the applications. That's only 1 out of 10 out of 100, I don't know. Next thing, what if I need beans which need more than just injection, where you need some kind of initialization that goes beyond simple injection? Or what happens if I try to have some beans which are not normally defined as bean? For instance, the decimal is something from Java SE. I could also use string here, but how the hell can I get a big decimal within the container? Big decimal, okay, it is an example, not the most useful, but use it for somewhere you need, and I'm going to use the name the factory method, that you need a method that instantiates the class and not just a annotation on a class. So you need something more. That's a factory method that's called a producer. So I can have, and you should also define it an application scope, because otherwise, if you don't have all here, this class will not be discovered and it will miss these producers. So put their application scope. There are other options, but let's keep it simple for today. And it says that this method will produce a big decimal. So every time I inject a big decimal, this method is executed. And with each time, I mean each time. You cannot create something like a singleton. You will, unless you do define here a logic for creating that object, which is returning a singleton, and the second time it can return the same one. But this method will be called each time. And no, it's not here, but I'm using it several times. So I'm using several thread local random. I did not use it, but I could store it in a thread local, for instance, to keep values. So this is a way of a factory method, a producer method, which does something which is not possible with standard annotations. And this can be as complex as you like. This, of course, is very simple. So here I'm just creating a value between 1 and 100 for this big decimal. And if, again, that bean, which is now a number, is no longer needed, you can get rid of it by cleaning it up, by having a method where I have at this poses big decimal. So every time there is, the container throws out a big decimal, then it will call this method, and then I'm just printing out we don't need that value anymore, but of course, do something meaningful. But there are other, that's the theory with a simple example, but there are more useful things for producer, namely for loggers, for example, for SLF4J loggers. And I'm using here an example of a constructor injection. Point is the same, but normally this logger, this SLF4J logger, should be linked to the class. Not always, but most of the time you link your logger to the class itself, so that if you define later on that everything within this directory or in this package, sorry, is info or debug or whatever, then that you see those kind of messages. But yeah, with inject, it makes it probably easier because you don't need to specify it, because you can do it in the producer. Because you can specify one parameter for those kind of methods that are annotated with producers, which is called an injection point. So this class holds information where you're going to inject it, including you can ask for the class name. See, I'm asking for the member where I'm going to inject it, and I'm asking for the declaring class, and I ask for the name. And that name is used as name for my logger, which means that I have only one place where I instantiate loggers, but I still can have a logger specific for each class. As I said, this is called every time over and over again, so it's not a singleton by default. If you define it, of course, then it is a singleton, but not by default, so it returns a new logger and I can inject it there. So I have here injected in this one as a number logger, and that means when I run my application, I select 2 big decimals, I'm using that number logger so that you can see all those things in action. So I'm creating 2 big decimals. The one was 33, the other one was 60, and I'm outputting it with that number logger. So you see my logger is really tied to that class because it has that name here. And when the container stops, then that dispose method is called, and I get the chance to do something useful when those beans are thrown away, not printing out, of course. Next thing is that event system. So a journalist is gathering information and he just said, oh, I have here now an interesting topic that needs to be published, but yeah, where it doesn't need to be published, that's actually none of his concern. If that is in a newspaper, in a weekly magazine, on Twitter or Mastodon these days, whatever, he does not care. So that's a nice example to have that really decoupled. Journalist says, this needs to be published, this is interesting, and then the channels can then decide what to do. Question of Joachim, all these injections fulfill language contained functionality often. Why are constructor type code moved from constructor to injection? You mean why I most of the time use field injection and not constructor injection, or what? Yeah, that's I'm biased. I'm probably, you should, as I've done it here, you should probably do it through constructors. That's what a lot of people do. But yeah, I'm so used to defining it on fields and having no constructor at all that I'm doing that there. And in that before constructor. Yeah, that's, as I said, where was my before constructor? It was a here, where this post construct is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently, due to the specification that says that you can have multiple times in an instantiation, but they don't always end up in the bean container. Payara Micro is not such an example. It's only instantiated once if there is only one case needed. But yeah, I don't know why they not insist, but why this is the best practice that you should not do it in the constructor and this one. I should dig deeper than in and find some reasoning why. But as I said, if you just stick with Payara Micro, then, or Welt in general, then probably it will be okay. But I don't know why they came up with this construct that you have an initialization separate from the constructor. Cannot enter that, sorry. Our event system. So to follow up, do we have to take that as limitations or as features? There is no such thing as a bug. There are only features. So yeah, no, it is not really a limitation because yeah, it works with many runtimes without the post construct, but so take it as a feature. Our event system. So we can here inject what's called an event, and an event is an interface. The runtime needs to inject there then a actual class. So he has somewhere a producer for this or something similar, but think of it that there is a producer method that is capable of providing something that can be injected here, and we specify what's called the payload of our event, which is a pure POJO, where you can give any kind of value, a small string, a massive object, graph, whatever you can you want as payload. And then we can say in our announced news, for instance, this is the news that we want to announce, just fire that event based on with that payload. And then you see that you can have multiple listeners, and here indeed that IntelliJ feature helps you, where the listener, the observer part of it is, and I'm going to just to the newspaper here, which is that must be a CDI bean, so you must have some kind of scope, and probably application scope is most useful, but it can be something else. And a method that observes that same POJO type. Of course, if you have 20 different podios that can be fired and you want to have one generic method that handles all 20 of them, you can also put object, of course. But most of the time people use it for the specific class itself. So whenever this fire is called, this method is called, this accept method will also be called with that same parameter. And then we need to do what we need to do. For a newspaper, that can be something different, but in all my examples, I just do a output with that logger. Going back to my this one, because then I could see I can have as many observers. This one was the social media, where we publish it on the social media, for instance. The same as with beans, you can also have a qualifier. This is again a qualifier that I have defined, and I can say that, where is my journalist? That here I have an event that I can fire, but it has the specific and not the, you guess it, the default, the at default, which is here by default. Which means if I have here a specific, then then only those endpoints where I say I'm observing a specific qualifier, this specific qualifier in this case, then only with the one will be called. Here there is something which I don't like, because even if I say it is specific, here it is also by default the default, because that's always added here in this case. So that means that also my social media and my newspaper get this very specific news, which is not consistent. Let's use that name. And do you call it a bug or a feature? That's up to you. So that means when I run this, I get 2 times an announcement, and the first one, it's this newspaper, magazine, and social media, and the second one, the exclusive, is also picked up by the specific media. Question what I normally get is this synchronous or asynchronous? This is synchronous. The 2 parts. Calling this method and capturing that event at the CDI container, and the second one passing on the events from the CDI container to the listeners, which are discovered during program startup. I can make each of those 2 parts asynchronous separately. This part I can say fire async, which means that when this event is delivered to my CDI container, then my method returns immediately, not waiting until all listeners have processed that event. Second thing, what you can do is that, okay, this is now async, but my container will call my magazine, my newspaper, and my social media one by one, and it will wait until the first one is done, and then the second one is called. With observe async, you can guess it. If the CDI container has already called this method, at the moment that it is called, it immediately continues with the next listener, if there is of course one. So that means there are multiple threads, so that each processing and the processing of all those events can be done in parallel. So it's up to you to decide how you want to handle, if it are short ones, like this logger event, I guess non-async is fine, but of course that depends. Question. For events which are synchronous, how do we make sure failure in one listener doesn't break another? That's a good question that I don't know the answer immediately, but I guess I know it, but let's see how it works out by throwing a runtime exception here. And I assume that the two others will still receive my, which one was the first one? The first one, because the order might be the newspaper one. So this is the newspaper one, fine. And no, my theory is wrong. No, it is correct. This time my news, it is accepted, but yeah, there are only 2 or 3. No, so that means indeed that if we have an exception, then yeah, it blows up and processing stops altogether. So exceptions should not propagate through events. Good question. I did not know the answer. And then the second part of the question is for asynchronous events, how do we ensure one set of events is not throttling other events type system? Is it possible to assign prioritization on CD events? No. I don't think you can prioritize them. So indeed, and I think it's that it does not start. I don't know if it starts this second event, if the first one sending out to the listeners, if the first one is still being processed. That's again, I don't know the answer for that for sure, but I guess you cannot define it how it works, if it will be blocked or not, or as you mentioned, is it possible that to prevent throttling over the other events? I don't think that's possible. Good questions, by the way. Always good things to get those kind of questions. Now we have covered most basic stuff around CDI beans, so you can define them, you can inject them, you can produce them, you have that event system, and the second thing is that you have some kind of extended functionality through decorators and interceptors. There is also a third one, which is called specialization, but again, that's quite advanced and I'm not going to cover it. So here, yeah, we have the and you need an interface for that. That's for one thing. So I'm going to explain the decorator principle, which is, in my eyes, a bit too complex, and interceptor is easier. But let's do both, and then you can decide. And again, both are equally well, and probably one of the two options is better in some cases than the other. So I have an interface worker where I have 2 implementations from. One is the programmer, and yeah, the classical joke, he converts the job with the help of some coffee, and he does whatever is needed. And sorry for the managers, it's no disrespect meant, but the manager, he is only delegating the work. So he also implements worker, but I'm explicitly saying that it is a decorator. So that solves already the problem that you have two implementations of one interface, because you have again identified one of the other one. It's not with a qualifier now, it's something similar, but it's called a stereotype. That's not really important. Just know that we have a differentiation between the two implementations of worker. One is no annotation, the other one is with the decorator, and if we have multiple decorators, we can define a order, so we can define a priority. So then the lowest number comes first, I guess, and then higher numbers. So he delegates the work, so he needs to be able to delegate it to something. So he needs a worker to delegate the work to. As you can see here in the actual implementation, he calls the work method of the interface. So he delegates the work, which is a CDI bean, which you can inject, but you explicitly need to say that it is a delegate. And also here, which I don't know the reason for, what you explicitly need to say that it is any. You cannot say that it's a default or thing. You need to specify it is any. That is probably some kind of limitation which they discover too late and solve by doing something like any. So what is the flow? What is happening if I select a worker and I execute on that interface, on that bean, that method with create a single additional button and do that work. So this is an interface, but we have a clear distinction between the normal bean and the delegate. What we get back here, the system out, you see the system out is here. A manager who has received the job, and it will delegate, and then indeed the program has received the job and will convert coffee for that job, which was just a single button, which we see here. So, and I should test it out because I have again an ID, but probably you cannot see it, but our worker, from what class is that? Which proxy? Is it a worker? Well, it is a proxy, but it's just a proxy around that interface. So we cannot see the actual class, but I'm thinking about it now when I started my explanation. Actually, you get a proxy around the programmer, but that proxy has then the logic that it first needs to call the decorator. So he received it first, and then he can delegate it to the actual CDI bean. That's one thing, but yeah, you always have an interface, a decorator of what, and most of the time you want to do something on top of it, and having an entire implementation of an interface is overkill. Okay, this was just a single method, which more or less made it okay, but most of the time it can be easier, where you say that this is I have two classes, and that supplier has nothing to do with functionality. It's just that I have here that get method, but probably I should remove that because maybe people can get confused. I have two classes, fast supplier, so it returns me the an easy calculation. This one was way much more difficult, and it waits 200 milliseconds in this case, and then it returns with a slow result. But the common functionality that I want to implement is that I want to have something, an auditing, a logging of how much time something took, and maybe if methods start to, although there are other and better ways, but suppose that you want to implement it yourself, that if method calls takes more than 2 seconds, that you put it in the log and that you start investigating why it becomes slow. There are other ways, more on that tomorrow, but I want to have an interceptor. So every time this method is called, I want to perform some additional code. And then you need to specify an annotation and a class, which in my sense makes it easier. The annotation is a special annotation which is called interceptor binding. So it binds a method with a certain interceptor. And any class, you can define it as an interceptor. And since you can have multiple interceptors, you say this interceptor is linked to this annotation. That's again, that's binding. And then now there are some restrictions, and then you can have only one method in this class, which is annotated with around invoke. It must have a return of object, and it must have one parameter of type invocation context. This still might be x, y, z. Must be object, must be invocation context, must be around invoke. And then this method is called first before the actual method of the CDI bean is called. So what am I doing here? Tracking times start and stop after the actual method is done. You don't need to call this actual method, but do know that if you don't call it, you're not calling your actual method. It can be interesting for caching. For instance, you can create some kind of caching solution. There are caching solutions, of course, available so that you don't need to write yourself, but you can maybe write your own one, but make sure that if you want to have a real interceptor that calls the actual method, that you also call the proceed method on this context. And then after the method is called, I do an end and I print a message out, and I can have even access, and I can even know which class it was and which method. So I get all that info from that invocation context. So there is only one way of creating an interceptor, that is what's called a round interceptor. I know, for instance, Spring has Spring AOP, aspect-oriented programming, where you can define a pre and after, or sorry, I don't know the exact name, but only the part that is executed before the actual method or the part that executed after. Here you always have, it is a round, and you are responsible for calling the actual method. So if I run this with that fast and slow supplier, and I get both of the times the slow and the fast result, but you see that I get my timings in that logging here, and the fast one was a few nanoseconds, well, a lot of nanoseconds, but less than a millisecond. And the slow, of course, I had its delay of 200 milliseconds, so that's more than 200 milliseconds. And I have all the info here, so it was around the class slow supplier, and it was the method get, so I can have all that information. That is the most important things around CDI, what you need to know to develop applications. And yeah, did not mention it explicitly, but yeah, you can see where you can use it by writing your logic within those CDI beans. They are decoupled, they are easier to test. You can test them standalone via through JUnit testing, for instance, the method itself. There are also possibilities to do integration testing on the CDI level or on the entire application and those kinds of things. But your logic is, for those who are not familiar with this kind of functionality, you see an example in the hands-on this afternoon. This is one important thing to organize your code and who is calling and who is performing some of the functionality and separation of concerns and all of those things that probably all know, but just want to mention for those who are not familiar with it. Any question around this? Because otherwise it is time for dinner. I always say lunch, but for American time zones, I need to say dinner. So it's 1 hour, 1 hour break. Maybe someone is typing, but just on the announcement that there is 1 hour break. You can leave the Zoom session. You can log off, or you can just keep it open. I keep it also open, so there is no problem of joining later. I will accept you again later. That's of course no problem. So I'll see you all then in 1 hour. So that's 9 o'clock my time, but depending on your time zone, it is 1 hour after this moment. Thank you and see you later. So welcome back, everyone. Still a few people that did not join, but yeah, maybe they have other important things to do, which is fine. Again, you will receive the links to the recording at some time, probably next week. So we had the demo where I showcased the most important aspects of CDI, context and dependency injection. In the meantime, is there anyone that has a question around that or something that we have discussed earlier? And I've seen, so I've scrolled also the chat. I have seen that I missed the questions of Anshu Gupta, so I'm going to answer them also. But anyone, another question? So so the question was, is there a way to configure Spring Boot to connect or use Payara Micro? Probably in the sense that, as I mentioned, you can use Spring Boot on Tomcat and Jetty. So no, you cannot use Spring Boot in that. You cannot use Payara Micro in that sense as something underlying your Spring Boot application. Not 100% true, but in general, no. Why? Well, Payara Micro is a full system. Spring Boot is a full system with all functionality on board, or Spring Boot, okay, it's more modular. So you can decide what is in your Spring Boot application, but they are two two full systems, two completely working system with all functionality, with all features. And on top of that, they work with slightly different model. As I mentioned, Spring Boot also uses servlet container, etc. But for the rest, Spring Boot has his Spring container. Payara Micro is then using Weld as CDI container, etc. So there are two completely different systems, which are, in theory, you can combine them, but in practical sense, it's not doable. Which means that what I always say, you have one ship or some kind of special ship with different kind of engines, with different captains, and they all take command, and your boat goes nowhere. If you package your Spring Boot application as a pure WAR file, that's a possibility. You can deploy it on top of Payara Micro, but then you need, for example, to disable the entire CDI container, for example, which can be done by doing something like this. Pin discovery mode is none. You disable entire CDI container, and then your Spring Boot application, more or less, probably there are a few other things that you need to do. Your Spring Boot WAR application runs on top of Payara Micro, but actually is not using anything of Payara Micro, because it is pure Spring Boot, which only relies on Payara Micro for accepting the user request on the HTTP connection, accepting those and passing on to Spring Boot. So in that sense, then Payara Micro is a huge overkill, because it is a system which is hardly used. It was connect/use Payara. In one environment, of course, one microservice can be Spring Boot, the other microservice can be Payara Micro. That, of course, is not a problem. So in that sense, they can be used together, but not really together in one deployment, in one process. And as I said, they both are full option solutions. So I did basically the same set of functionality, just a little bit different implemented. You need to define annotations or configuration files a little bit different, of course, etc. But basically, they are equally in terms of functionality. So I don't see any reason of one functionality which is not really available in one framework to use that from the other one, etc. Because they are based on different engines which do not work together without an extreme amount of work. That was the first question. The second one is, what would be the main reason to choose Payara Micro over Tomcat as the web server? Well, Payara Micro is not a web server. That's one thing. If we go back to this slide, probably. Tomcat has, from the entire list here of all the frameworks which is there, has only servlet and server pages. JSP pages can also run, I think, by default on Tomcat also. You don't need to do anything additional. So Tomcat is what's called a web server. It's only capable of handling servlets, and then, of course, like Spring Boot does, it can build an entire system around those servlets. If the servlet captures your HTTP request, you can have what's called the front controller servlet. It can pass it to other systems, etc. So that is possible and used in Spring Boot as that. But Tomcat is only a servlet and JSP pages. So that means if you have If you need something else, like like web sockets, like CDI or another injection system, like transactions, like security, and all those other things that you have default available within Payara Micro, nicely integrated, also tuned to each other, because there is quite a lot of integration code within Payara Micro to make all those frameworks really work together and go. The integration is so deep that that they for working together, that it is the best. Not saying that it is the best, but one very far optimization so that they work together, which you don't have with Tomcat. Yes, you have Tomcat, the servlet, and you can add a lot of things on top of it, but they are all different different servlets, standalone things. For you can add also a REST framework on top of Tomcat. You can add something for transactions on top of Tomcat, but it's not that tightly integrated. Which means that with Tomcat, you have more work to define and configure your entire system so that it works together, but it's always will be slower than Payara Micro. And that can be not that much slower. It can also be only a fraction slower, and so that might not be an issue for you, but it's always slower than using something like Payara Micro, or for that same for the same reason, using something like Wildfly, Open Liberty, or whatever. I hope I answered those questions. If not, yeah, please comment on what part I should, on which detail I can go more in depth. Then I get the question, Quarkus is supporting Spring. Yes, correct. But it is not Quarkus, the entire Quarkus. So it's not that you have, because Quarkus also has like 30 or 50 modules. It's not that you combine any kind of Quarkus module with Spring. It is just that the really basic thing of Quarkus, which is where you also have a servlet engine, and that's the one from Wildfly, from which the name escapes me now. Then, yeah, you say that you're using Quarkus, but actually it's only Undertow, the thank you clause, that you have Undertow there, and that fulfills the role of Tomcat for Spring. But I'm not sure that you, and I don't think it is possible, that you can combine modules from Quarkus and from Spring in any kind of combination. I don't think that is possible. If so, then sorry, I don't know those kind of details, but from what I have seen, Spring runs indeed on top of Undertow, which is Quarkus, but you cannot combine certain Quarkus modules, like for instance, the Kafka integration of Quarkus. You cannot just use, oh, I'm going to use the Quarkus integration for Kafka with Spring, just like that. That's again not possible because Quarkus has its own CDI container, which is called ARC, which is not a complete CDI implementation, but a partial one. That's the reason why Quarkus is not certified. And when you switch from one to another, that you have some kind of strange differences, because it looks like CDI, but it is not. But you cannot combine it at random, at will, some modules from one and the other system. If that is the case, then I'm not aware of it, and then sorry for that if I don't put that in the right context here. Is it, another question from Sergey then, is it reasonable to use the CDI producer for creating and initiating a client connection to external systems, for messaging systems like NOTs, etc. for an enterprise? Yes, that's indeed one of the typical things that you do with the CDI producer, that you have some, between quotes, complex setup required, like a client connection where you need to do some configuration and like several things, so multiple lines, multiple statements. Then you can create those things with CDI producer, and don't forget to use that that disposes annotation, because you probably want or need to disconnect your client. Otherwise, you need to rely on timeouts on your server, for instance, or abortion of the HTTP connection, which is not really a nice way. So that's one thing. A question from Joachim. I observed classes from JBoss and I want to know the basic cross usage. Not 100% sure what you mean. I observed classes from JBoss. Is it a combination of JBoss and Payara Micro then in this case, or a JBoss, or one of the JBoss libraries that you want to use and that you want to combine with Payara Micro? Or... Maybe it's easier if you speak out loud for your question, because that's, I don't get the basic idea of your question. Okay, that you have seen the JBoss classes in here in this first application, and now it does not work anymore because I've tempered cannot be initialized because of what? No binary have found? No, because I put here none. So yes, here are there are JBoss classes, but they are all belong to Weld, and Weld is the CDI implementation of CDI, which is used within Payara Micro. Weld is there are 2 or 3, but Weld is used by most of Jakarta runtimes. So that's the reason why you see here classes from JBoss, but yeah, they are all Weld and they have something to do with the internal logic of Weld and providing functionality, standard functionality from Weld, which you should not probably use directly, but indirectly through the API, you can make use of that, of course. Is that what you have seen, that you have seen here, JBoss classes? Yeah. Normally, you don't ask for all the classes, but I just want that was part of my explanation of that object and those things. And sometimes if the system says I cannot find a certain bean or whatever, then as some kind of debug thing, I sometimes do something like this. So that's why I wanted to show you also. Any other question? So going to the correct slide already. Yeah, so that's are all the concepts that we have looked at for CDIs, of how to define a bean, that injection, at inject these scopes, application scoped, request scoped, session scoped, the qualifiers to distinguish between different one. Okay, that orchestra was of course a forced example. typical things for qualifiers are, for example, you have two different payment methods in the system. You can do online through a credit card, or you can do by bank transfer, etc. And so based on what the user then select, you choose this correct qualifier and process your flow based on that CDI beam, for example. We have seen optional with that instance. We have seen CDI producers, those event system, decorator, interceptor. Question from Manuel. Will the slides and your source code be available after the workshops? Yes, it is even during and before the workshop available in that GitHub repo. The demos that I will present are here as CDI. I'm going to continue in a moment after one other topic with JAXRS, etc. And in that same GitHub there, you have the slides, the PDF. I added a few slides today, so I'm going to upload it tomorrow morning, not this evening or night for me, but tomorrow you will see the updated version with a few additional slides. So I'm going to put the link then to the GitHub repo again in the chat so that you can directly go to it without the need to search. So before we switch to JAXRS, so REST endpoints, which I'm going to use now with Payara Micro, I thought it was a good idea to tell a bit about the different things that FATS, jar, or hollow war file, all those terms. And I showed you already one way that here that Java minus jar. So they all have a name. We will see this second example in a moment. And it depends on what you combine together. So in general, you can group your code in three types. Your entire app application is made up of three types of code. Let's call it like that. First of all, you have your application itself, the red block here on top of it, which defines the classes that you have written within your application, which in your IDE, compiled, etc., blah, blah, blah. So that's your application code. Secondly, you have your application dependencies. With Jakarta EE, you don't add EE code itself to your application. That's something else, but you still can have some third-party libraries that you add to or that you need in your application, so that you need to have at runtime. An example can be that you need some PDF handling library so that you add iText to your app application. So that's that group, that set of code, the set of code, the set of dependencies required by your application. And then the third group is your what's called the application runtime. In this case, that's Payara Micro. It's the entire set of code with everything integrated, capable of running an application. But you can combine these three blocks, of course, in different ways. If you have a mathematical option, you have even 6 possibilities to combine them, but not all 6 are possible. The easiest one is here, the outside dashed line, where you combine everything in one jar file. It can also be a WAR file, but most of the time it is a jar file, which is called a fat jar or an Über jar, because fat, it contains everything. Über, it's coming from that Maven, I think, Maven name, so it combines everything in one system. It's easy, it has pros and cons, more on that in a minute. The second option to combine is actually, you have your runtime yourself, like I've downloaded Payara Micro, so I have that yellow block here, and within my Maven or Gradle project, I have my code and my dependencies, which are combined in a WAR file, in the web application archive file. That combination of your application and your dependencies without runtime is called a tin WAR file. And that are the typical traditional Java EE, now Jakarta EE WAR files. They are rather small if you look at the total amount of code. And the runtime on its own is called a hollow jar. So this Payara Micro jar file, in that terminology, is your hollow jar file. And as I mentioned, you have then your path to the WAR file, that's then your tin WAR file. That's the second possibility. It's in my eyes the most useful, but I'll come to that in a moment, especially in containers. There exists also another option, which is called the skinny jar file most of the time. Because in your manifest file that you can put in the jar file, you can define your class path. So you can say, well, okay, I have my jar here, but actually it also requires some additional files which are outside of the jar file through a relative path, for example. That can be in a subdirectory class, in a subdirectory lib, for example. So your jar, which is executed Java minus jar, etc., is actually just your application code and refers to your rest of the required, and like dependencies and like the rest of your runtime code, which is then in a subdirectory, for example. That's also a possibility, but yeah, that's less used. Helidon makes a bit use of this one. So if you want an example, then you have Helidon as an example of a skinny jar file. But the most two common ones are then at the fat jar with everything together, or in two blocks, the hollow jar which execute your tin WAR file. Both has pros and cons as usual, and sometimes cases are that for the fat jar is the best one. Other cases, the hollow one, or the tin. I should say hollow jar / tin WAR, because you need to combine them. Fat jar, yeah, of course, easy. It's all in one, so you only have to migrate, you only have to copy, you only have to manipulate whatever, only one file, which is, of course, easy. But of course, you have a lot of redundancy. If you change, for example, one single statement in your application, you build it again, yeah, then you build the entire fat jar again. So for one single line, you create again a jar file of 80 megabytes, for example. And that fat jar is also not really suited for containers, because you in containers, many of you have already worked with containers, and there you know that you should work in layers. And things that do not change that often should be in a lower layer than the things that do change more often, and probably your application code then changes more often and should be in a different layer than your runtime, than Payara Micro, which means that they should be separated and not in one single jar file. So that hollow solution is then ideal for containers, but if you are not creating a Docker image, for instance, within your build, within your Maven build, for instance, then yeah, you have at least 2 files to handle the separate runtime. You have a separate runtime, so you have the jar file, Payara Micro jar file that you need to manipulate, and the WAR file also. So then you have a bit more pieces to handle. Yeah, here for the layered approach. So a Docker image, the image is immutable, is read-only. So you have the different layers. Probably the first layer is your operating system or part of the operating system. It's of course not a full operating system, but you still have there some minimal operating system layer. Layer 2 can be then some generic or general tools that you install on top of that operating system. Layer 3 can be then your Payara Micro. Layer 4 can be your application. And then when you, based on that image, you launch multiple containers, because you can launch multiple containers from that one image, then the code, the bytecode, it's not always bytecode, but let's call it the bytecode in those layers are not duplicated. They are shared among those containers, and you have only a top writable layer where few if there are changes to your disk, for instance, to your file system, then they are in that writable disposable layer. So that's what I meant with they need to be in separate layers, because you have like 5 or 20 whatever steps in your Docker build file. If that's if there is no change, yes, if there is no change for that layer, then it's using from the cache, because each layer is also stored in your repository, which makes it much faster than running each time, for instance, the APK update command, etc. So therefore, within a container system, that approach is that hollow jar approach. Hollow jar and TinWAR file are the most suited. But as usual, there are other cases where a fat jar might be the better, or you're not using containers, which is also fine. So how does that work then with Payara Micro? Then you need the Payara Micro Maven plugin to combine the jar file, the Payara Micro jar file with your application. You can look that up, but if you want to get an easy, let's say, easy template, then maybe the MicroProfile starter can generate that template for you. And you can also have it for Gradle, as you see. So I can here also select Gradle, but suppose that I'm selecting Payara Micro. Yeah, I'm still using 4.0. I need to starter is not updated for the latest version, JDK 11. This is for something for later and tomorrow, as I said, MicroProfile, but just the basic selection of Payara Micro and JDK 11, for instance, can generate me already a zip file which contains a Maven project. I need to get it here. This is my zip file. Open it, and I can open it in IntelliJ, for example. Yeah, before there was a question about IntelliJ, but normally I do not tell a lot about IntelliJ, so I'm also not going over the integrations which there are for IDEs, for example, including IntelliJ, because everyone has his own favorite, and that's why I'm trying to minimize the use of the specific functionality of the IDE for Payara Micro, for example, so that that we can concentrate on Payara Micro itself and not on the IDE. So there are integrations specific for Payara Micro for IntelliJ, NetBeans, Eclipse, and what's the fourth one? It's late for me, sorry. You have the fourth IDE also, the JavaScript one based, that has also an integration for Payara Micro. Other than that, I have now here my POM file, which is VS Code. Thank you, Niels. Which is now ready for creating my FAT.jar file. As I said, it is not updated, so Payara Micro, our version supports 4.1, and we have version 2022.4. As I said, Payara Micro Maven plugin, this is the latest version, where you will execute that bundle goal of the Maven and the Payara Micro plugin during packaging, and you have several options like 10, 15. You can have a look at the documentation about it, those kind of things. You let Google search for you, Payara Micro Maven plugin. They're all in the documentation here. This is the enterprise one. So normally, if you just take out, then you come to the community version, and then you have here the Micro Maven plugin with all the possible configuration files, configuration options that there are. I thought there were more. It seems that there are 3, 5, 9. I said 10, so I was close. But it works also without any specific option. The application here is not important. It has a Hello controller endpoint. I come to that in a moment for JAX-RS. But if we then build this project, yeah, I'm also used to Maven clean package, although not really required all the time, being clean. Then it builds your WAR file, but also that executable jar file. So it creates in the target your WAR file, so you can still use that one on the command line like here, like java-jar, Payara Micro jar, or you can use this jar file. So if we go to that target directory, then as expected, that executable jar file contains Payara Micro, which is around 80,000 bytes, 77 megabytes, plus my WAR file included, so it contains both. But I can just execute java-jar, demo micro bundle jar, and Payara Micro starts with my application included. How that goes in detail, because it is specific, it is a kind of special executable jar file. I'll go into those details tomorrow, but to see, for instance, you have here the endpoint data hello, this one, the hello world. So I can just do a curl localhost demo hello, not that one, hello. And what did I do wrong? It was not demo world, it was data. That's my error, and I get hello world. So if you're not sure, even at the beginning of your project, what you want to do, how you will deploy it, then you can still start with a template like this, because that's the reason why you have that Maven plugin as a profile, active by default. But if you put active by default false, then it does not execute that. It does not generate that executable jar file, unless you, of course, define the profile that it needs to be that it needs to be active. So that's an option, so that you can go all options from that are all options from are open from the beginning. But as you see, even if you choose to start with a standard Maven config for your project, you still just need to add this Maven plugin. That's not difficult. So you can always switch at any point. Any question about these deployment options? So this is now part of operations, the DevOps now, how you, because you can, the same application, the same functionality within your application can be deployed in different ways. So that's not coding, but more operational stuff. I did not catch the URL for the configuration generator. That's start.microprofile.io. But yeah, Payara Mic config here is not up to date to the latest, because yeah, I've clicked the wrong one. If I select 4.1, you will see Payara Micro is not here, although it is supported. So it's not updated. So someone should take care of it. I created the initial version of the starter, but I'm no longer involved in that. So just remember that you have to choose which way you're going to, how you're going to deploy your application. There it is even. So it is in the slide with the URL. So next, next thing is REST. Microservices for sure are mainly based on that REST architectural pattern. It's called an architectural pattern. REST stands for representational state transfer. So it is kind of transferring the state, transferring data from your client to the server, most cases. Important there is that it is stateless, in the sense that when you call, when your client does one call to the server, fine, it can handle it, you get a return. But if that same client then does a second call to the server, then actually it does not know that there was a previous call. So if you need to provide some information, like the user, who am I, so security data, etc., you need to provide it for each request, for each call to the server. So it's not that you have something like a state on the server. Of course, you can create some kind of states. For instance, you can log in and you get a token back, but then again, you need to specify that token each time when you make a call. And then, yeah, based on that token, you can find out who you are. But actually, it needs to look it up again each time. There is nothing like an HTTP session. In theory, you can support cookies, but that's not the idea of REST. And it's based on pure HTTP methods. get, post, put, delete, whatever. But the content type is actually not defined. So REST does not say the content type. I think probably 90 or even 95% of the world is using JSON, mainly because if you are having a mobile client, for example, or a JavaScript application within the browser, which are common clients for those JAX-RS endpoints, not the only one, but common ones, they all prefer JSON because that's much easier to handle in JavaScript and on mobile devices than XML, for example, but XML is possible. You have also other options for that you have binary protocol like the Hessian framework, which then uses a binary representation of your data sending from client to server and back. So how the data is sent is not defined, but in practice it is most of the time JSON. So I'm going to limit myself here to JSON. Just as with what we have done with CDI, I'm going to do the same for now for REST, and I'm going to go over the main concept of REST and how you write applications with REST endpoints. Hopefully, some things are new for people. For some, maybe everything is more or less new. So I'm having my application. I'm also now going to explain how you define all that API. We have talked about the specification as an API. So you need to have that dependency within your project at compile time, because you're compiling against the API, but it is provided. So you don't add that API to your project. So if you do something like this, then it works in many cases, but not all cases. There are a few specifications or a few cases where you get an error, mainly because you have now your classes twice on the class path, once from Payara Micro itself and once defined within your WAR file. Since they have different class loaders, Payara Micro is not that into different class loaders, but Payara Server for sure. There are many class loaders are used. So if you are including the API within your WAR file, you might upend with class cast exception saying class foo cannot be cast to class foo, which is ridiculous until you understand what's happening, because there are two classes foo, one from Payara runtime and one from your WAR file. So provided. This is the web API. You have also the full API. This is the full API, but don't use that for Payara Micro, because then you might depend your application on things which are not available in Payara Micro. So keep the web part. And there is one additional thing, the concurrency, which we will need for asynchronous handling, covered here, is also part of Payara Micro, although it is part of the full profile. But since asynchronous and multiple thread pools, etc., are so common within applications, also web applications, Payara decided to also include the that API within Payara Micro. So that's something that we need to define on separately, that and only that's one specific API for the Jakarta concurrency specification. There is one requirement for having REST endpoints within Jakarta, and that is that you have either you do it through a WebXML config, but most people do a single class that extends the application. Application comes from that, that API. where you define that application path. You can define it on root. Not going to do it here so that I can show you better where each part of the URL comes from. There is also the possibility to define here the classes, but most of the time, and if not all the time, automatic scanning does this job nicely, so that you don't need to specify it here. My endpoints, in which classes are they? Because you create a new endpoint, you forget, you define a new class with new endpoints, you forget to add it here, and your application says that endpoint does not exist, and you start thinking for maybe hours what is going wrong, and you just forgot it and to add it here. So probably best to not use this automatic, this manual configuration. Extreme cases sometimes need it, most of the time, 99% not. And then each class, which a path annotation on top of it, is then what's called a REST resource, so that it can handle calls from your client, and you specify on each method to what HTTP method it corresponds. For instance, here, this say hello method is called when there is a GET call to this /hello endpoint, or if there is a / and the name, like hello Payara, a GET, then this method is called. So that this is the discriminator based on the URL to the mapping to Java. Just as with many other frameworks, I believe the same in Spring Boot, if you have multiple candidates, then there is a certain priority calculated. For instance, the more specific one wins then against the more generic ones. That's for one thing. There might be the case that there are some URLs are identical. Two methods are mapped to more or less the same URL, so the system cannot find out what it is, and then you get an error that you have an inconsistency that it cannot resolve uniquely your mapping between the URLs and the methods. Most of the time, I'm indicating what type of in what format the result is sent back to the client. That is actually not really needed for two reasons. First of all, sometimes it can be found out based on what you are returning, like here, string here is, that cannot be interpreted than just plain string, so you cannot use anything else than plain text. That's for one thing. Secondly, if you don't specify it, in other examples are more useful for that, it could either be returned in JSON or in XML. And then the client can say, oh, I'll prefer JSON or I prefer XML. Then based on that info, your runtime decides how it needs to send back the response. But as I said, most of the time it is JSON, and you know, for instance, that your web app, your JavaScript application can only handle JSON. So then probably it is better to just say media type. Here it does not make sense, but in general, application JSON, because that also means that you limit your clients and maybe limit your attack surface for security reasons. Question from Christian: is it also possible to generate this client code, the client code, for examples via OpenAPI plugins? Yes, that is possible. Come to that tomorrow. OpenAPI is for tomorrow. If I forget to ask this, to say these things, Christian, ask me tomorrow again when I talk about OpenAPI. This is the basic path get, and you write in your method what you need to do to get a response. There are other things that you can read from the URL, and that's those path parameters. And here there are true templates. So this is a variable. This is not a fixed. And this is fixed. This /hello. It cannot be anything else. This is something which is captured in this variable, and then I need to say, well, this variable from the URL is mapped to this parameter from my method. That's path parameter, query parameters. After the question mark, you can also map. So this language is mapped to this one. I'm going to show it. So Maven clean package, not clan, fails rapidly. So it's not the real issue. I get my URL here, and then I just need to start it one. So I'm going to use it like this, Payara Micro jar, and I start the Payara Micro. I should have another endpoint, curl, localhost, and I can. So I'm first going to type it. REST API hello Payara. So you see you have basically 4 parts in your URL: REST API hello Payara. This comes from, by default, the name of your WAR file. So the name of your WAR file is mapped to this, this one. You can say that the context root, as it is called, you can change it, including remove it. I can show that to you tomorrow. This one, this API comes from here, that application path that I defined. If you define it like this, just a /, then this part is gone also. This hello comes from what we have defined on the class itself. And this is that variable of that name. So up to you to define if you need these 3, or actually you can remove them altogether. But yeah, you cannot have all the things at the top level, but you see what I mean. And also why I said that I want to keep those things, so that you see where each part comes from, so that it is clearly to find out where it comes from. And I did not specify a, so and language is English. See, then I also map this language query parameter to this one, and he returns it in my return string. But I can also have JSON response. And one of the things that you can do is that you just return a podio, and I mean a pure podio. You see, there is no annotations at all. You can define annotations, for instance, that you, instead of name, that you want to have this variable named something else in the property, in the JSON property. You can ignore fields. You can do all kinds of things through annotations, but by default, you can just return a class. I'm going to return it in the example, REST API person. Don't forget to close it. You see then my object with these 2 properties, name, age, is converted to JSON. I don't need to do anything for that. Maybe one thing that I need to do is I need to make sure that my class has always a no argument public constructor. That's not for returning it, but that is for if I'm accepting JSON, which will be mapped to this person as in the next example, because I have here then this one, I need this one needed for creation from JSON. Creation, yeah, from JSON. I'm going to put it like this. Because in this example, I'm posting JSON, which is captured here in this parameter. I don't have here any annotations. You see, it's blank, which means this is mapped to my body of my request. And I expect that my body is in JSON. If that's the case, it tries to map it to this object, and I am returning the toString. I have here prepared, because with curl it is a bit longer to send it. But you can, of course, use any client, Postman. So I'm posting this JSON, he converts it to a Java object, that toString method, which is standard here, like implement as this, he returns it. By default, if he does not find a property, again, that's by default, with some configuration, you can overrule that, he just ignores unknown properties. You can say that a property is required and then it would fail now, but by default, it just ignores it, and yeah, then that age has no value because hx is not mapped, so that means I have 0, the default value of the int property. That's one way. Most of the time you don't return a Java class, but that's up next in one of the other examples. But sometimes you have some individual distinct values that you need to return, not really an object. And creating an object in that case is then really probably an overhead, so that's not a good thing. What about property validation is the question, like max size, etc. I come to that in a moment. That's one of the other examples. But it's a good question, although I had foreseen those kind of things. The other way of creating JSON is creating your JSON object on the fly, not based on a Java object, but based on a builder pattern. For instance, with this JSON create object builder, you have a builder where you can say, add me this property with that name, etc. You can do nesting, you can do arrays, you can do all the JSON things that that you need, and then you can build those things on the fly. As I said, probably a good thing when you have a few distinct values which are not already an object. But if you have something like 100 properties that you have to generate like this, JSON with 100 properties with 3-4 levels deep, the nesting of object, etc., then that will probably not be that easy. Well, a lot of code, not really a good overview. So not the ideal case if you ask me, but again, that's my opinion. It's JSON-P. See, then he generates that JSON on the fly. But most of the time, you don't have that that POJ object immediately there, because you also have some kind of validation, you also need to send something back other than status 200, because you all know the HTTP statuses. This returns status 200. That other one with that person returns also that 200. This one was here. So when you just return a POJO, then you always have status 200. But how can you say, well, my my return was not okay. It was not acceptable what you have sent to me. For instance, one of the validations can be, and that's then a business validation, and I come to that later on, how you should do business validations, but somehow you say, well, this integer value can only be an even number. So if it's not, then I need to send back not acceptable, which is 406, I think. Start with a for each 4, meaning the client has done something wrong. Namely, he knew, or he should know, that only even numbers are allowed, and he did send me something else. So how can I do that? That's done by not using the POJO, but by using the response. Response is a interface, no abstract class, from a REST self. So you see it's javax ws.rs.core. So it is web services.rs is REST services. They specified both in the package name. And you either say, well, it is okay, and you specify as entity, either here in this case a string, or that can be a Java object, and then that's converted automatically to JSON, for example. Or you can then say, well, this is not acceptable, and then here you have to specify a JSON, and you have and you can say build, and you can return that. However, there is something in the JAX-RS, in the REST specification, which is not there. It was not there from the beginning, and it is, even today, it is not really specified. And I will show you what I mean. If I say even value /3, I get an HTML back with not acceptable, status 406, everything is there. But yeah, of course, this is no way what you expect. At least the JSON client is not expecting some HTML when he calls your endpoint. That's because of the fact that the specification does not say how you need to send back errors to your client. Just as it does not say how you need to specify in which format you specify your response, JSON, XML, or whatever, it also does not say how you need to send back errors to your client. So that's the reason why Payara can do something like, hey, I'm just sending HTML because it happens to be a servlet which is behind there, and it captures that, and it just returns HTML because it was a servlet. I'll show you in a moment what you need to do to fix this. But ideas, as you can see, response is the way that you should go in most cases, because then you have both the option of specify your status and what is sent back to the here, what is sent back to the client. And then I come to the question of Christian, but what about validation, more advanced validation? You have two things. You have business logic validation, like I receive a order for a customer, but I'm denying that order because that same customer did not pay his previous one, so he has an open invoice, so I'm denying that, and that is no way that you can do that with annotations. Yeah, there is a way that you can do it with annotations, but that was not the idea of custom validations through annotations. But you can have some, let's say, basic validation that it is required. I don't know, so it must be not null. Other things that you can have is that you have the min and max value. That was your question, min max in absolute values, but you also have like a number. Age must be between 1 and 120 or something, but you also have the, is it here the size? That means that, for instance, a text can be only 40 characters long, for instance, and those kind of things. So you can put all these kind of annotations on the here on the class itself. Sorry, on the parameter itself. So if you specify this /validate, then without a day value, then it will say an error, but maybe not an error that you immediately expect. Yeah, it just say bad request. So that's something that you also maybe want to change. That's one thing, but yeah, it is a bad request because you did not specify that one. Some runtimes say that it is then a 404, not found, because you don't have a URL mapping where you don't have those parameters, because you only have URL mappings where you do need those parameters. So it is a URL which is not found on the server. That's one possibility. Payara Micro does it as just a generic bad request. Again, that's due to the lack of specification. I'm going back to this one then. What if I want to have a person where, as I said, the minimum age is age 1, maximum is 120. Probably no one will ever be older than that in the world. And name, probably the size is at minimum 2 characters. Between 2 and, yeah, my maximum is the max, is the integer max then, I think. You can do that also, but you have to remember to do one thing, and that is saying this needs to be valid. Why? Well, there is an integration because these are what's called from the bean validation specification, and there is an integration between JAX-RS and bean validation. There is also an integration between the bean validation and the JPA, for instance. I come to that tomorrow, but yeah, here within this JAX-RS, we need to say that this is valid and that JAX-RS needs to call the bean validation subsystem, if I may call it like that, to make sure that person is valid, that it checks this. And that is done through this annotation. If you forget it, then you can submit any kind of person without the checks what you have defined with the annotation. It does check the constraints that you have set. So I'm stressing it because I have seen it more than once, and I have had it myself that I forget it, and then I'm saying, why is this not working, especially on a long day in the evening, and then in the morning I see, oh yeah, I forgot add valid. So that's validation. So those are the basic things. So we can yeah, other things which are done automatically, which I did not mention, is converting from a string, which you have seen here. No, I did not specify here in the day, but with that even number here, he converts basically the string what I put here to a number. So that's done also automatically. If I do something like ABC here, then you see, then it says 404. It does not find anything with a string here. So we know how to capture data. We know how to send back data here. We know how to send proper responses and do validation. So that are the basic things of doing JAX-RS. Now, a bit more advanced things. Yeah, one thing, integration. Yeah, as you can imagine, it's not explicitly needed, but I most of the time do it because then I know for 100% sure that for each class of this, there will be only one instance and not one instance for each request. And I can inject, for instance, a CDI bean, like an application scoped. So that's how you connect it then with the business logic. Not going to say much more about it. I assume that's very obvious. And then how do I do proper handling, error handling? First of all, since you have your service here, and as I said, you have your service here which says, oh, the customer cannot place a new order because he has an unpaid order, an unpaid invoice. This part is what I call view independent. JAX-RS is one view. You can have a faces, a JSF view. You can even have this kind of CDI beans, which are part of a JMS queue, message handling, and then your queue is your view, etc. So you don't know here from which front end, from which view that is called. So you cannot throw here a web application exception, because that's one of the things that you can do. Not going to show it here because that's a really bad thing to say that you can do it here. Okay, technically you can do it, but I have an example here. You can throw a web application exception, and that then is then converted to a JSON error, or I don't think it's still HTML in this case, where you say precondition failed with the status 412, which I use most of the time if there is something wrong business-wise with a certain message. But this web application exception, you should never throw those things in CDI beans, which can be, as I said, used in CDI, in JSF, in REST, in JMS queues, maybe in both together, because you have multiple front ends for one backend. So what is the way to go then? How you throw here a exception in this kind of CDI beans? First of all, you start by creating a top-level exception, which extends runtime exception, and that's the root of all your business exceptions that can happen. Invoice not paid, credit card rejected, whatever, all your exceptions extend this business exception, because it is a business rule which is violated. And then invoice not paid exception is one specific one, credit card rejected, blah, 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 is another one, so that you can, if needed, later on retrieve clearly what was the cause of that exception. And then you can, what's called a exception mapper. You can define a exception mapper within JAX-RS. So it is a class that implements that exception mapper, and you need to say which exception it catches. But if we specify this top level one, then it catches also all the ones which are below that generic one. So with this one single exception mapper, we catch all business-related problems in our code. And then we can have one single way of returning the error to the client. And here, since we are using response with the status business rules violations are precondition failed, you can have even an if then else whatever and have different one, but that's most of the time enough. And here you can have the as entity the message that you send back, so that should be JSON. I have made it here a comment that should be JSON with at least a code and a message, a code so that you have something like ABC-123 saying that that someone can look that up in the documentation that you have written. Yes, you have written nice documentation where you have explained what ABC-123 means, and you also have already a English plain message indicating what the error is, but maybe the long version of the explanation is in your documentation. I have an example in that in the exercise, what we are going to do later and discuss tomorrow. So that means if we have here, yeah, something stupid, of course, I'm throwing always an exception, but if I call exception because it does it always, yeah, it still is HTML because there is no JSON returned. It says 404, there is something wrong. Exception, did I type in the wrong thing? Let's go. So this README is also part of that GitHub repo, so you can also just use those values. Okay. I get that I don't get an HTML. That was what it threw me off. It was you don't get an HTML. You should have a proper JSON then, and you should have then 412, and that's because this is generated by this mapper. How is this mapper picked up? By this at provider annotation, which is JAX-RS extension. For those who are interested, you can create a filter. Just as you can create a servlet filter, you can also create a JAX-RS filter. This is a container request filter, so a filter on top of each request which comes in on the container, because you also have a client request filter, which is then, and clients, I think I have an example of that later, because a client can also make a call to another service within your environment or even somewhere in the world. And then you can have a filter for each request which goes out from that client, and then you have to implement the client request filter. You have to also container response filter and client response filter. So select one of the 4 correct ones here, request coming in the filter, and it's not rocket science. I have tried to create some minimalistic security framework, which is in no way waterproof, tide-proof, but whenever you have a /secure, you need to have that authorization header, and you need to have some base 64 encoded username and password, which every username and every password is accepted, but because there is no database connected. But check it out. The idea is that you know that there is such a request filter, and that you can have access in that filter to your path, so your URI. You can change what's called the security context, so you can change the security attached to your request, and you can even abort your request if you say my password was wrong. So don't go to the actual method, so block at this level already during when the request is coming in, is analyzed figure of speech, then you can already block it, and then a status 401, yes, unauthorized, is sent back to the client immediately. Check it out for the details, but security is not a good way to implement like this. There are frameworks for that. I briefly mentioned that tomorrow. There is another way of filtering. This is an example of a container response filter, which automatically zips and performs a compression on the output if the client says that it understands, as it says, when it says I'm accepting encoding a zip, then this response filter compresses the response on the fly. Again, some material that you can study how those things work. Most important is that of the training for the day, that you know that it exists and that you makes use of it. It also makes use of an interceptor, much less used within an application, but for those kind of things it is used. Next thing is around that client. Until now, we have covered the server part. So on the server side, we accept calls from the client, but JAX-RS, this client is a JAX-RS client. It can be used to make a call to any kind of service within your own environment or externally, because it just calls a HTTP. And instead of using the standard Java URL class, for instance, or those kind of things, you can use the JAX-RS client, which has a few additional functionalities. One of the things is that you need to build such a client. This JAX-RS client is what I call quite low level. MicroProfile client has a more high level solution, which I cover tomorrow. In both cases, the creation of such a client is quite expensive, but it is thread safe. So you should, and again, this is a post construct, but you should create it only once, not for each request which comes in, for example, but only once, so that, and I made it 100% clear that there should be a singleton. Difference between application scoped and singleton, as I said, application scoped is for one application, singleton is for your environment. Not going into detail to that, but if you're interested, Payara Micro has the possibility to define a CDI singleton for your entire cluster. So through Hazelcast, it synchronizes then that one single instance of your class. That's something that you can look up if you're interested in that. So one instance, thread safe, so you can then say, my client is targeted for a certain URL. So in this case, it is the URL of the server, but I adding the path /secure, I'm making a request, I'm adding the header, and then I do a get call. And that's what I mean, rather low level. It is several methods that you need to call, really related to the HTML, to HTTP, sorry. What is my target? What are my headers? I do a get. I can also specify entities, so then that becomes my body, etc. tomorrow we see a much nicer, if you ask me, way of creating those clients and using those clients, which is built on top of this, which is MicroProfile REST client. Here, that was then the example of calling that secure stuff by adding a base64 encoded value. Again, you can run, I can run that. Then you have seen it, that it can also fail like this. This will work because this is Rudy colon Rudy, I think. So it detects that I'm allowed, so that I'm allowed, that I'm a valid user, and it discovers my username. And this is then to test that I can do it with the client. I should do it with the client, but that's the same here. Then he generated me, see, and this one was done for that security one. If it's not base64, then it should say 401 unauthorized. Again, not with the correct encoding, it's HTML. Before I go to the last one, asynchronous, because that's a bit specific, a bit special. I want to be 100% sure if there are any questions about what we have seen up until now, or that everything is fine, which is also fine. Question is from Sergey: can we use the exception mapper to catch a validation exception caused by an invalid request run by the container converted to custom JSON? Yeah. So indeed. So the question is, if we have that validation here with that not null, etc., can we use this solution with the exception mapper to give a error message that we like? Yes. I don't know. I'm going to guess that it will be validation exception, but I'm not 100% sure. So if you create an exception mapper for validation exception, then you are in control for all these kind of errors that happens here with that not null and with that at valid with that person. And then you can do whatever you like here in that method. You have to get the validation exception. I hope base exception of all Jakarta bean validation unexpected problems. That word unexpected makes me worried that I did not have the correct one. Let's see if I can find it quickly. Where is my, or it was linked. Where is my person? This one. It should say which exception it is throwing. No, it is not saying. Yeah, so I assume it is validation exception. It might be another exception, but yes, it is possible by putting here the correct class. Okay, then let's go for asynchronous. Maybe I should first show you something else, which is this. This is one of those new slides that I created because I explain most of the time it's synchronous, but I've had the feeling that I was not doing it as good as I could do it. So normal processing. So this is the normal synchronous processing, is that there is what's called an acceptor thread. So a thread pool, which is just listening to HTTP ports. there are only a few limited amount of threads in that pool. One, most of the time only two, because the only thing what it needs to do that thread, that logic, is that when it receives a connection on your port 8080, for instance, that it accepts that, and it's the acceptor thread name, and it just passes it on to another thread, which handles the actual logic, which handles, for instance, here the execution of your method. So that first acceptor thread, that's just incoming and just hands over to a thread pool. By default, I think, if I remember correctly from my Payara time, there by default in Payara Micro, there are something like 50 threads here waiting to handle incoming requests. That, of course, can be configured if you want a little bit less memory. If you need more because you have higher concurrent requests, then you can increase that, of course. And that worker of that thread pool is then responsible for creating your response. If that for some reason is calling an external resource, database, another microservice, whatever, and it needs to wait for the response, in other terms, it is blocking on I/O, then your thread is doing nothing and sitting there. But it is still occupied or active. It cannot do something else. So that means if you have, for example, only one thread, you of course have multiple threads, you have like 50 here, but in one single thread can handle one request and is responsible for creating the response and send it back, but it cannot do anything else in the meantime. So if there is a second request, either it needs to be handled by another worker from that pool, or it has to wait until that thread is free and can accept another request to be processed. So, and that's especially important for microservices. It's also important for databases. So also for monoliths, it is not, it can be the case that this kind of processing is not ideal. Because if your threads are waiting, in the extreme case, it can be that your 50 threads are just waiting for I/O. So your server is doing nothing, but an additional incoming request has to wait in the queue, which is, of course, a bit strange. Your server is doing nothing, and number 51 has to wait. A solution for that is what's called asynchronous processing, but do know that if you start working in an asynchronous way, that it becomes much more complex. But a single thread here can, for instance, accept the first request, but then hand off the work, especially when it is blocking, hand off the work to another thread. At some point, you still need to wait, because there is no such thing as non-blocking code in the Java world. You have frameworks that minimize it and overcome some of the blocking things, but most cases you cannot have a situation where you have no blocking code at all. So be aware of that, that at some point, somewhere, someone is taking the wait and is doing nothing. But here, this thread is handing over, especially, for instance, for that wait until the response comes back to another thread, which means it frees itself and can handle another request. And then that same thread can then, for instance, also be used for, if that additional created thread has received the response from that blocking I/O, then it can be handed over again, for instance, to send the response back to the client here. So in this asynchronous model, you're here that those workers in that pool here are most of the time more free or are actually doing some work. So either number 51 is waiting because everything is working on itself, or it can be accepted immediately, request 51, because other requests are waiting in other thread pools. So the main thing is that with that, in that image here, right and below, that with synchronous you can have blocking, which means the thread is no longer useful, is not doing anything, but it cannot be used for anything else. Asynchronous solves that by basically moving the blocking to somewhere else where you can manage it a bit better. And of course, multi-threading also helps, but at a certain point, if you have reached the limit of your pool, it can be that every thread within that thread pool, within that multi-threading, is also doing nothing. So that's asynchronous. Project Luma will cover in a moment. So how is that asynchronous then handled here with JAX-RS? First of all, you need an additional pool which handles parts of your request. And that's where that Jakarta concurrency comes in. I've mentioned here you have that concurrency API required, which is available with Payara Micro, but here it comes into play because I'm injecting. This is the JAX-RS way of injecting. That will also be removed in Jakarta EE 11. Then will it become a regular @inject when there is no specific injection framework anymore for JAX-RS, but only the CDI one. So, but this is injecting what's called the managed executor service, which can provide you a thread pool, which can provide you multiple workers. And instead of returning a string or response or whatever, you now return what's called a completion stage. And completion stage is part of the basic Java SE, but from the concurrency packages. And completion stage, as you have seen, maybe it is an interface. Completable future is one of the implementations of that interface. So I'm creating an actual instance of this interface. And I'm going to return that, you see, where the link is here. But this completable future will get this result by another thread, which is submitted on that thread pool, which is provided here by that managed executor service. So I have here a sleep of 100 milliseconds, which is not much. If you put like 1 second, you see it more clearly. But the idea is that this method executes, this submit executes, and immediately this return executes. So that frees my worker. Everything is done. This threads, this future then now is now part of another thread pool and will supply the response for the client. Is this more efficient than not using asynchronous? Well, in this case, no, of course, because you have a lot of more overhead. You have that you have that pool. You need to start a worker in that pool. It needs so this from efficiency, from performance, will be slower than actually returning it immediately and waiting here thread sleep 100 milliseconds. But you know what I mean. If you are really waiting for either a database to come back to a call to an external service, which takes like 500 milliseconds, maybe a second or longer, then this can become more efficient in the sense that this pool here becomes more free, and you can handle more requests with those 50 workers by default, for instance, and your waiting time is now moved to another level, is this managed executor service, where you can have multiple pools and you can group them by type, etc., etc. So you have more configuration, more flexibility, and that's in general the case. More power means more responsibility and means more complex systems. That's the story of asynchronous, is the idea of completion stage, this future and this thread. Does that make sense to most of you, or are there some questions saying, what the hell is this? And it's up to you to decide if you want to use these kind of things, yes or no. I see already one thumbs up, so I should not start with something like this if you're new to it, but yeah, for some advanced use cases, it can be required. Question: is the executor config defined in the web XML, as in how many threads, things like what happens when executor can't take anymore? I think it is for them, it was config only, but I was not sure I'm not sure now where it was. Was it in the web XML or was it in a configuration file? But I do know when I left Payara that there was an open question, an open feature request to have that in also within annotations and etc. Definitions. Indeed, in full Payara, you have defined in domain XML, which means the corresponding things for the domain XML is here is the config files and the config options. I cannot say for 100% where you can configure it, but you can configure it. So I should dive in the configuration and in the documentation myself again to find out where you configure those things. Now, if there are other questions, please type already, but I'm going to start with the project loom thing. Because as I said, this makes things much more complex. From management and that config, you see it, you already need to configure it, and you need to look it up. It also is more complex because, yeah, this is a simple example, but completable futures, you can chain them. You can apply 10 or apply next, or how is it called? So you can chain them from one step to another, etc. So but this can become really complex with what's called the callback hell. And that is then something that we might need to avoid, also because we are used to reading code from beginning to end, and we are not really good as a developer, and that's not my words, we are not good as a developer to have little bits and pieces scattered over the different parts of your application, because, okay, I've put it here nicely here, but probably that will be another clause, etc., and those things. So we are not good in puzzling together those bits and pieces which are executed in a non-linear way, because that's what's happened. So that is basically one of the things what Project Loom is trying to solve, and yeah, probably will solve in some part, but again, some advanced use cases will probably not be solved with those virtual threads and structured concurrency. So what is Project Loom? It's not available yet in the sense that it is JDK 19 preview, so it is not really production ready, and you need to activate a certain option with your JDK before you can access it. And Payara Micro is not yet using those virtual threads. And yeah, you can create your own thread pool outside of that concurrency API and can use virtual threads there, but it is not really in use by Payara yet. But Project Loom with those virtual threads will probably go final in JDK 21. So that's in about 1 year, September 2023. And then at least that were the plans a year and a half ago. Then at that point, it will also be incorporated in Jakarta and then also in Payara Micro. So what is then different with those virtual threads with fibers? The older name was fibers. The normal threads are linked to operating system threads. So your operating system works also with threads. So pieces of code that are executed, then because you have easily like a few hundred or even 1,000 threads on your operating system, and you only have maybe 8 or 8 cores or something. So a piece is executed from a certain process that is removed from the core, and another piece is loaded there and is executed, etc., and all those mapping happens there. That's standard Java threads also using pure. There is a one-to-one mapping to the Java threads and the operating system threads. But with those virtual threads, there is another layer introduced, which means that virtual threads are not operating system threads. And there is a scheduler that runs those virtual threads on top of operating system threads. But of course, that scheduler, you say, oh, that's just a duplication and that's more work. And what is the benefit? Well, the point is Java and the scheduler for those Java fibers, they can make use of the knowledge of Java and what your Java statements are doing, so that those mapping from fibers or virtual threads to that operating threads are more efficient. For instance, an operating system thread does not know that there is a blocking I/O going on within Java, so it does not know, and it just skedaddles that process for the thread, and it's just doing nothing and then throwing it away again, and then etc. But that was useless. That Java scheduler knows, for example, that a blocking I/O is in progress, and he will just ignore that fiber unless there is some data available. So your Java fiber scheduler, your virtual thread scheduler, knows much more things about what your application is doing and can just ignore those blocking I/O periods, which means that your CPU is much more efficiently used. So even by just writing traditional code with no asynchronous part, with completable futures and etc., by just using standard Java, synchronous Java, your CPU usage will be improved a lot. The CPU efficiency usage will be improved a lot. So that is the idea of Project Loom. There is a preview. There are tests that you can run like 3 million fibers, virtual threads on a CPU on a machine with only 2 physical CPUs, with 2 physical cores, so which is no way possible in the old Java. Of course, how much the efficiency improves is all related to that knowledge of that scheduler and how good that one is, and that's things that will improve in the future hopefully there is already a nice performant version available with JDK 21. So that when we have that project Loom available also within Jakarta and Payara Micro, which can be maybe 2 or 3 years, don't get me wrong that we have it next year, then we don't need to resort to these kind of things for avoiding blocking I/O, which blocks our threads. If you have questions about that project Loom, I can maybe answer them now, but as I said, it is something for the future, but I wanted to give you that already as something for the future. A question about Roberto: if we pass this to a server which retrieves data from a database, is there an extra configuration? Yes and no. In the sense that if you don't need what's called context info, so if you don't need to know the security context, then no, because you just start a new thread which will execute your statements and it can return the result. If you need, and most of the time you need some context which is propagated from the original thread to the new thread, then you need, for instance, MicroProfile context propagation, which can propagate like security context. It can propagate, I think, also transaction context, so it can propagate your database transactions from one thread to another thread, and that is now in the process of being integrated in Jakarta concurrency. Not completely done, so I expect it in Jakarta 11 that you have that the transfer of that context, that it will be done completely automatically, but now you have to include something like MicroProfile concurrency transaction, MicroProfile concurrency propagation, and that's not either included in Payara Micro for the moment, because that was a standalone specification, more on MicroProfile in a moment, and that means that you need to do some config. So if you need user, yes, you need an additional implementation and some config. If you don't need it, you don't need to do anything else additional. Another question from Joachim. I understand the lambda expression. You mean, okay, this one, okay. But how is the response linked to the requester? Yeah, through this completable future. How it exactly is in code-wise is linked, that I don't know myself. I mean, I cannot give you all the little details. I should look that up myself. But because you have this completable future created in this thread within this, and it is and you're returning that completable future as the result of this method, which should return your response to the client. JAX-RS is probably, but again, I should have a look at the details. JAX-RS is polling on this completable future to see if it's ready or not. There is a method. I should not do this because that's way too verbose. You have future. Probably with get or with get with a timeout. It checks if that result is ready, and at that point it returns it. So yes, this completable future will be kept for a longer time. I mean, as you say, for the time that your response is not ready and not sent back to the client, yes, that object is kept longer, but is no longer blocking your thread here. Okay. Other questions, or otherwise I propose again a 10 minutes break before the last thing about MicroProfile and our hands-on example for those who wants to work on that. So, okay, so propose again 10 minutes break, and then we are ready for the last block of today. See you in a moment. So we are ready for the last block of today. This is a quick recap what we did for the REST demo. We explained how you do the mapping between URLs and Java methods. That you have seen JSON support, JSON binding, JSON processing. How that you can define the response status, how conversion is done automatically from string to number, for instance, but also to an enum, and those kind of things. There are some conventions from methods that are called by default, etc. Look at the spec there, or some examples if you want to know how those more special cases works. That you have access to CDI, you can just do @inject. How those exceptions can be handled, and a few things like filters and that asynchronous then. So then last thing is MicroProfile and MicroProfile config, because config is really, it is actually a bit of shame that we still don't have anything for config, except that MicroProfile config now for a few years. And the definition of MicroProfile config is that it optimizes the enterprise Java for microservices architectures. And so that also at the specification, so it is delivers portability across multiple implementations, multiple runtimes. Is Jakarta EE then not suited for runtimes, for microservices? Well, sure, you can use Jakarta EE for microservices, but a few goodies are missing. Things for observability, like health metrics, as we see tomorrow. Other things which are more specific for microservices are not in Jakarta EE. Why is the MicroProfile started in the first place? Why is it not in Jakarta EE, or was it not in Java EE? Well, that started, if you remember that history lesson that I said in the beginning, that I mentioned in the beginning, that there was in at a certain point, just before Java EE 8 was released, that Oracle was not doing a lot anymore, so there was not much movement, definitely no no support from Oracle at that point to have something like microservice specific things in Jakarta EE. So at that point, all the other vendors which were, or which would have Java EE runtimes, like Red Hat, IBM, Payara, TomEE Tribe, they joined together to form another group outside of Java EE, outside of the JCP, the Jakarta community process, the Java community process, to start something what's called MicroProfile to be able to have a runtime that uses Jakarta EE, but on top of that has some specific things for microservices. And things what are missing, as I mentioned, that observability, that fault tolerance, because we are in a distributed environment with microservices, which means things will go wrong at some point with network, with systems that are not accessible and those kind of things. So how can we deal with that? And of course, something like config and other basic things from the 12-factor application methodology, which are not in Jakarta EE. This is the MicroProfile 4.0 specifications. Next week, it is next week, December 6th. MicroProfile 6 will be launched, which is aligned with Jakarta EE10. MicroProfile 4.1, there is all I could have shown that one, but there is only one thing different than with 4. So I just took this chart. And you see there at the bottom, you have the blue ones there, you have 4 blocks which you are already familiar with. We have seen CDI, we have seen JAXRS, we have seen JSON binding, and we have seen JSON processing. So the 4 specs that we have already covered today are the basis for MicroProfile. So it is a subset of specifications that is the foundation for MicroProfile, a bit like with Spring. As I said, Spring is also building on top of Servlet, for example. So it takes a few things and builds on top of that and tries to provide a solution for customers for a specific need. And yeah, the other 8 blocks there are the standard specifications which are or must be available within every MicroProfile compliant runtime. So you need to have something like config health, JOT authentication, so security, REST client, etc. if you want to call yourself MicroProfile. And again, you have a specification, which means API, a document, and a TCK to prove the world that your runtime follows that specification. On top of those which are required, the blue ones, there is a list, the orange ones on the right, a list of specifications within MicroProfile which are optional. So you don't, runtime don't need to implement them. You see there that context propagation, which I mentioned there regarding one of the questions that can propagate your security context from one thread to another thread, for example, or your transaction. You have those reactive messaging and reactive streams. That was that's an alternative for having those reactive coding based on that asynchronous principles, more elaborated within MicroProfile. And you have GraphQL. There is also another one, the long-running actions. I thought it was also in 4.0, but it's apparently only 4.1. Long-running actions, which tries to define how transactions, between brackets, because transactions are not a good word, but things like what looks like transactions are rollbacks across multiple microservice calls. But those are not required. Those are standalone outside of the core. So they are not available within Payara Micro. So config is not really something for microservices. As I said, it's really something generic. But we still don't have anything in Java or in Jakarta EE than the official ones, but we have then here the MicroProfile. There is now an effort going on to bring that microprofile config over to Jakarta EE, which is called Jakarta config. And that comes from that 12-factor application definition, where your config should be in the environment, because config should not be within your WAR file. You think that is logic, but I was once with a customer where the config really was included within the WAR file, and the entire build system built a config within the WAR file. And then operations unzipped that WAR file, changed the files for test, and changed then later on again the files for production, zipped it together again as a WAR file, and then that was deployed. So if you ask me, that was a disaster waiting for to be happening when something was going wrong at that point. So yeah, config should be outside of your application, should be within your environment, so that you have one single artifact for dev, test, and production, and that if you test something, that artifact is unaltered, also put in production, not rebuilt, because most of the time it will go right, but at some point there will be something wrong, and you build something wrong for production, and you have a mess to clean up. What is microprofile config specifically then? So it defines some config sources where the system can look for config values. By default, there are three, one specific file, system properties, and the environment properties of your system. There are priorities defined between those sources, so that it goes looking first in the system properties, then the environment, and then that file. And the first one that can provide you your specific config value that you're looking for is taken, and then can be used within your application. There are some rules around conversion from strings, again, because everything is string in your config, to numbers, to custom podios, to dates and times, etc. And you can also inject that config as CDI beans, which we will cover in the examples. And I will cover something specifically for microprofile, for Payara Micro, around microprofile config. So we have here again some examples for microprofile config this time. I'm using that the microprofile config dependency now, because I'm just using JAX-RS. I'm using CDI, I'm using microprofile config, so I'm again as provided, because everything is on the runtime, and I need to stop my runtime so that I can deploy another one. Question is, does Payara include reactive messaging? No. Only the core, so going back, only the core, so the 8 core specifications are included in Payara Micro. The standalone, so reactive messaging, reactive streams, are not implemented by Payara Micro. So yeah, you can do the basic asynchronous REST functionality as we have seen, but not the things which are on top, which are implemented here on top of that. I guess are using that flow, the flow mechanism, etc. Is not included. I'm going to, although probably don't need to show the examples because it's the trivial. Microprofile config is actually one of the smaller specifications. So it is not that elaborated, and it's also not that rocket science. So I will see if I need to launch Payara Micro or not. So you can inject a configuration value. So that can be a string, or that can be a number, or whatever. It will be converted depending on the type that you define here. But yeah, you need more info. You need some kind of qualifier to say, yeah, I want to inject here string, but yeah, which string, which config value? So you need to define a annotation which is called config property, which says that look up the value for the key injected.value, and if you find that, inject me that in this property. Again, we can use also constructor injection. As I said, I'm using since 15 years field injection, so I'm biased, and biased in the sense I've learned wrong things probably. What is config property? As you can expect, it is a qualifier, and a qualifier with some value, some members, an attribute as members, annotation as members. Here, name and default value. This non-binding, that's an easier way so that you don't need to define a producer or a bean for each specific combination, because yeah, the developer can use anything, but you can, that's a little trick in CDI. You can then look at those values and create some kind of producer method, as we have seen, based on those values. That injected value, as I said, it's looked up in on three levels: system properties first, then environment variables, and thirdly the microprofile config property. So this injected value here is injected value, so that value will be injected there, and if you run it, you can return it here as part of this JAX-RS method. That's the injection way, just as you have, remember that we had CDI's current select to select a CDI bean. You also have a programmatic way of looking up those configuration values by accessing the config provider.getConfig, and then get me the value for a property, for a key named value, and converted me to a string, which means no conversion at all, and return me the value. This, just as with any CDI bean, this is validated during startup. So if you don't have your value available, this is now an exception because I've defined the default value, but if you don't have this value, this part, and this injected value is not defined in one of those three sources, then you get a deployment error during startup, the deployment error of your application during startup of Payara Micro. Because the CDI rule says that something must be available or it will fail. If it's optional, if it's not needed, then you can use a default or another solution, as I will show you in a moment with one of the other examples. Yeah, this is then, you again look at the README, you can follow them. This is then the different from code. That config key is not defined here, but if I started up with that here, with that -d config key system, then this value will be will have precedence over this default value, and you will see another return value from this endpoint. So I'm using all the time this as example here in this example, this file as example, but most of the time you should have those things, of course, externally. I'll come to a moment what other things Payara Micro support as config source, which it is quite a list, and I'm going to mention a few of them which are nice for cloud environments. As I mentioned, it needs to be there. So if a value is kind of optional, it does not need to be there. And yeah, you can either specify then the default value, but probably a better way is to define it as an optional string or an optional whatever type, because then it is easier to know if there is a value available in your environment or not by checking if that optional value, the optional value is present. Then you know if there was one, you can take it. If not, or like here I do it, or else you can take a default value, which is a bit nicer than here, the default value, because then you have to check if optional value has the value X, and then you don't know if it's coming from the default value or explicitly defined in config source. So that is sometimes confusing, and so it's better than using this optional instead of that default value that I showed here. So that solves the problem of the required. CDI still checks if there is a bean, but the implementation with the implementation of microprofile config is required to inject here something which is that optional value. Actually, it injects again a proxy of that optional, so that at the moment you do a get, the value is looked up and not during deployment time. As you can expect, there are conversion definitions from string to numbers, dates, enums, etc. One thing specifically is for lists and arrays. You can specify, you can separate the items of a list by a comma. But if you need to have a comma as part of your value itself, then you need to escape it. And it is double escape because one is escaping of a string and the other is the escaping of the comma. So that's why you need a double escape, because you have two levels where it is unwrapped into a string and interpreted. You can also define custom converters. So, of course, not a real nice example, but suppose that you have a class RGB, which captures the color value, you know, red, green, and blue. And you have a class like this, and you want to define that as a config property. Okay, there are probably more useful examples in the real world, but this is just the hello world type thing. How do you do that? That's through the service loader mechanism. So you define within the services directory, the spi.converter is the interface. So you define the name of your class. So it needs to implement that, that SPI here, config.spi.converter. And since you only have one way, with JPA, the converters are two ways. Here you have only one way from string to your actual class, which is that one. So you need to convert it. And again, this is a really minimalistic, simplistic, which will nicely fail if that is, of course, not an integer, which is separated by commas, but it works in this case that this RGB color is converted to a color instance here within that class, injected in that class. What else? Yeah, I mentioned already that this value will be required at deployment time, so it checks it, and that's also an issue, because if you have multiple systems and multiple microservices in your environment, it might be that your config source is an external system, that you make a call to a service to retrieve your configuration values. That's not that extreme. You have a database or any kind of other system which can provide you a key value store, those kind of things. So that means that when you deploy your application, when you start up your application, that those values need to be retrieved at that point, available, because CDI is going to checking all those config sources, which is problematic because that system is maybe not up and running at the time that you deploy your system. That can, or it is problematic because it does that call each time you start up your service. And actually, the value of this configuration is only needed at runtime. Actually, at runtime when the requests are processed, so not when your application starts. So to make all those systems more independent, it is a good idea to not use just plain string in this example, but a provider. Provider is again from CDI, which has a gets method, but this means that the system will inject a proxy, and the get will then actually the get will then actually search for the value here of injected value, which makes that your config is only read the first time it is needed and not during startup. So that is a good way of solving that problem, that you need to be able to deploy your application standalone without anything else available to provide you the config, for example. And then last thing, which was added in config 2.0, which is already some time ago, you can define complex values in the sense that you have a key which contains a value, nothing specific, but this expression, let's call it an expression because that basically is an expression, but not everything is allowed as expression, but this is an expression to another value, which might be in the same source or it might be in another source. So if it encounters this one, it goes looking for all the config sources in the same order of priority as the normal one to find this value, and will replace this with the value that it found. Not 100% sure, it might be, but I think you are not allowed to do special things, like you cannot do, if this would be a number that you add 2 and this, so it's not really an expression. It is only, I think it's only pure a variable reference. If I'm correctly, you cannot have expressions, but only variables here, so other configuration keys. That's the basic of config. There are a few other things, like how to create a config source yourself, but I come to that in the Payara Micro specific example. But yeah, that's basically it. As I said, quite simple specification. You have that config property, or you have that lookup here. You get some values that are converted to some standard rules, or you define your own converters. And you have a few specific cases around optional and this one, that provider, so that it's handy to work with those values. Any question about config? In the meantime, I'm going to open the specific MicroProfile config. Question about by Roberto. You said various config profiles. Can we have multiple files? Indeed, we can have multiple files. How do we load it? So, yeah, indeed you can have different profiles in two ways. As I said, by default, which sounds most easy and most sensible, your environment, let's go back to the correct one. Your environment defines the value of your key. Maybe I can then immediately add that my Payara Micro has some additional sources. So not only system properties, environment properties in this file, but also supports, for example, Docker secrets and Kubernetes secrets. So for me, this is enough. I just define the value, and yeah, the environment gives me the value that I need for test, for production, or whatever. I don't need anything else. There is something, because people are then sometimes used, for instance, with Spring Boot has different, what's called also profiles. So that you have a dev profile, a test profile, production profile, and that's also possible. I have to look where it is. I don't know if it's here or it's profiles. Yeah, so you can have different profiles. So you can activate a dev profile, a testing profile, live, production, whatever profile you can call them, of however you call them. And they work on different levels. For instance, if you put percentage in front of it, so let's give an example. So if I have a dev.color and if I have a production.color, then I can define here 3 values for the property color, and depending on the profile, it takes dev, prod, or the default one. You can have different files, so you can also have here, sorry, I need to put, you need to put it like this. So I have the dev profile, prod profile for the property color. You can also have, instead of the file, then you can have microprofile config.properties, the default, but you also have then a file for the dev profile, if you call it dev, etc. And you specify the profile by a value like this. So in your environment, then you specify, for instance, as environment property, mp.config.profile is test. And then it goes looking in that single file or in a different file, what the value is. But actually, for me, that's overkill. You don't need it, because you have already a way of looking up your value depending on your environment, meaning you have a file, and that file is different for one environment than for another environment. Why do you need one file? For instance, why you need one file where you specify then, depending on the profile, the different values, or why you need 2 different files. So I find it overkill, those profiles, but it is possible. That's why the reason why I don't provide that example of profiles, because I don't believe in profiles. Sorry for that, but it is possible, yes. And in the meantime, I said that you can also use with Payara Micro specific Kubernetes secret, for example. So that's already also something specific for the cloud. You don't need to do anything special for that. There are some rules or config by which is by default, but again, look at the documentation. One thing what is not in the specification is how can you do some dynamic configuration, and how do you do caching then in that case? Well, it is in the specification, namely if you look something up like dynamic, there are things for you can do provider, but that's not going to work all the time, because provider works. That's also the reason why I put request scope here. Every time there is a new instantiation, it looks up the values again also. But what if I don't want request scope, because that's of course a huge overkill for memory. Every time that I have a call to this endpoint, it creates a new object purely to have maybe a dynamic value here, which is, why not have something more dynamical and that you can define the cache. It's specifically mentioned here that probably it says it is, you have that provider, but you have something implementation specific that is allowed. So what is then the Payara Micro specific functionality for dynamic configs and cacheable configs? Again, pure MicroProfile, because that entire dynamic thing and configuration thing is something, sorry, I'm with the wrong one. It's pure, but it was correct. It's pure MicroProfile because that dynamic and that thing is pure config. Of course, you need a source which provides you some dynamic value. So I have here implemented my own config source. Again, that's picked up through the service loader mechanism. And I implement my config source, and if possible, your config source should return which keys it supports. For the simple reason, if you know which keys you can provide the value for, then let the system know, because if it's searching for something like key or foo, let's use the example foo, and you specify that you are not able to provide you a value for foo, then of course, then the system will not call this method, because you just mentioned that that you cannot provide it. You are allowed to return an empty set, and in that case, because for instance, for your environment of sometimes also for dynamic things, maybe you don't know it up front. So if you return an empty set, then the system will call the get value here, and then it's up to you to return null, not null, meaning, sorry, I don't have a value for it, go look somewhere else. But if you know it, to help the system for performance reasons, specify which keys are supported by your config source. So I'm creating a new key, which is called now, which returns the hours, minutes, and seconds of the of a regular date, which is rather dynamic, I would say. And yeah, you have to provide a name for it, but that's not that special. So let's run this application, and then we see the first thing around specific around Payara Micro configuration. How do you do the configuration? Because until now we just started Payara Micro with our application and it works, but yeah, that's only because it's Hello World. Most of the time you need what's called a post-boot command file. And I'm going already to press enter. And in the meantime, I explain what that postboot command file is. A postboot command file is those commands that you probably know if you are running Payara server. So if you are familiar with, let's clear this out, it will be easier to see. You can do a start domain for Payara server. You can create create connection pool, is it? I think if so you can launch some configuration commands. Remember Payara server that install configure run thing. You can either use that GUI to define it graphical by clicking on a browser, a web application. But of course, you should have some commands that create your JDBC connection pool, for instance, to your database. By the way, you can create these commands that can be executed by ASAdmin by using that recorder of that web tool, so that you have a file with everything which mimics everything what you have done in the UI. Actually, those same commands that recorder creates in that file, you can also use here in that postboot command, because they share the same code base, Payara Micro and Payara Server. So you have also the opportunity to configure Payara Micro through those ASAdmin commands. So this set config cache is an ASAdmin command that, name says it, defines the cache for your config. And I set it now for a duration of 10 seconds. There is a long list of all the ASAdmin commands. There are about 150 commands, so look it up for all those different commands. We are going to use a few commands tomorrow for the JPA, but yeah, they are all in documentation. You can have a look at them. So this starts now up Payara Micro, pointing with that property of Payara Micro, that config property, more or less from PM to that file. That's that file that I opened, and I start my web application. When I perform then a call to this this endpoint, it injects. I still are using a request scope, but there are other solutions. But just to have the basics, I inject that now, which is provided by my source here, which is at date time. But it is cached for 10 seconds. So I'm calling that endpoint, and it says it is already almost 7 minutes before midnight for me. But if I keep on calling it, it is cached for 10 seconds. So I always get that same value, which means that my method here is not called at that point, because some parts, some statement before this, Payara says, oh, but I have already a value which is still valid because it's not expired for that 10 seconds. And now I have talked long enough so that when I call it now, it is expired and it calls my method again, and I get my new updated value for configuration. That, of course, is a possible way. Another way is combining that provider, because provider.get will look for your code. Sorry, your config value. I'm going back. Provider was this one. So this gets can make them, instead of, because that's not a good example, then can be application scoped. You inject this proxy once, but this get is then cached for 10 seconds. In my case, if I use this example, because I set here a cache of 10 seconds. that's something, that's how dynamic and caching works with Payara and MicroProfile config. That's something Payara Micro only. Important here to also keep in mind that this is the way how you do on the fly your configuration. So I have just typed my command, I can stop it. So I've typed my command, so it launches Payara Micro. Tomorrow more in detail the exact sequence, but after Payara Micro is booted, so post-boot, before my application is active, then this file is executed, and there you can configure cache. You can, tomorrow we see a better way, an easier way, but you can, for instance, do a create config pool, not config pool, connection pool, etc. So you can do all those kind of configuration here on the fly. That's the idea of a runtime. One go, ideal for containers, ideal for clouds, no separate install and run phase. That's about it, what I wanted to say. I'm going to go a few minutes beyond the time. Other things that this is that post-boot command file. You can define other command lines here together with that post-boot. Other common command line options are that port, the port 8080 or another one, the context root, is it the name of the WAR file or is it something else? I can add additional libraries and system properties for configuration. I will show that tomorrow with JPA. You can define where the file is, because now everything was on the console. You see, everything was here on the console. That is because it is designed for Docker, and Kubernetes. There, that console is picked up and put into the log. So if you type docker log, you see actually this output. So that's the reason why by default it is on the console. But of course, you can specify that it needs to go to a log file, and you can define all kind of properties around that log, like log levels for each logger, etc., in a file also. There is also something which is called a CDS, which is an alternative for native compilation, but because no, Payara Micro does not support native compilation, and not because Payara Micro cannot do it, but because some underlying frameworks, implementations like, well, cannot do it. It's quite difficult, like Weld or JAX-RS. JPA is another one, which makes native compilation quite difficult because you have a lot of reflection going on. So an alternative is what's called class data sharing, where you provide all the information for your class loader instead that it is assembled during your JVM launch, and you have seen it maybe. When I just start up, let's start this one up. When I press enter, and before you see the first line of log, that takes about 1 to 2 seconds. That time is purely your JVM, which prepares itself, which loads classes, etc. That entire phase can be moved up front before you start your application. That's what's called the CDS, the class data sharing option, so that you create a read-only memory mapped file that is attached to your process, which contains all your class information in the format of your operating system for as your JVM wants it, so that there is actually no more class loading going on, which means that you have I did some tests at the time where you have some performance improvement of up to 35%. So no, you cannot do native compilation, but you can do this, and there you need that warm-up output launcher and output Uberjar options for. I have somewhere a video and a blog around it. on the internet. You have to look it up if you want to see it. And then you are still using the JVM, so you still benefit from the JIT compiler and all those optimizations, but your startup time goes down with like 35%, which is in most cases more enough, and you don't need native compilation where you have some currently that will probably improve in coming years, currently some restrictions about reflection, about performance. Native compiled code is slower than JIT compiled code, etc. Those are the most important ones. This is a link, so if you have opened the PDF, I can also link it here. So you have here the link to all the options which are supported on the command line. You see there are quite a lot, but I have mentioned the most important one, except maybe this one, the no cluster, and the no Hazelcast if you don't want Hazelcast and don't want clustering capabilities of Payara Micro, but we can go to that clustering capabilities more on detail tomorrow. And yeah, that post-boot command file, if I may, just a few more minutes. These are the steps what are performed if I do that, if I execute this this command, this Java manager and this and all these command lines. So first of all, that jar file is not, it is an executable jar file, but it is really a small or like 5 classes application which unpacks that jar file. Because within the jar file, there are the standard lib files like the weld file, the jar file, the JAX-RS, so the Jersey jar file are just included in the jar file, not as classes, but as actual jar file. So that is unpacked. First, then after that unpacking, the pre-boot command file is executed. Can be done for a few things. Use cases are a little more limited. Then the JVM parameters are adapted. So that's where you can set additional system properties, for instance. More on that tomorrow. You can add then all those jars which are unpacked or added dynamically to the class path of your current process, and your actual Payara Micro runtime is started. When your runtime, when Payara Micro is started, you have that post-boot command file executed, then your applications are deployed. Then you have also the possibility to have a post-deploy command file. Again, options, the use cases are more limited, or not that much time that you need. And after those things are done, your instance is ready to serve requests. Yes, Payara Micro starts up in around, if you've seen on my system here, around 5 to 7 seconds. With that CDS, it becomes like 3 to 5 seconds or something. Most of the time, that's enough, unless you have really demanding environments, of course. Not sure if if there are already questions, you can start typing them out. I guess I can answer them still. The idea of the lab is that you create a little application with a few endpoints. You have 2 versions. The advanced one is with security for those who are interested. Otherwise, the basic one are here. You have already a project where you have most of the boilerplate, but you are missing the implementation of your REST endpoints because missing the CDI things, etc. So that's something that you need to add to the classes that are already here. For instance, you have already the classes for your product. So it's about cars and trucks and bikes, etc. So you see that they are all there, but things like microlab shop, your REST endpoints, like your product, they are empty. So that's something that you need to provide based on the information here. And I need to go back. based on here on the commands, there is a list of commands that if you execute them one by one and you've implemented all correctly, you should get the things which are mentioned here. As mentioned before, everyone is free to do that or completely ignore this thing, or maybe just look at the solution branch, because there you have a solution so that you can study that, and maybe you have questions tomorrow. Then tomorrow morning we do a review of this exercise, and these are the things that you learn by doing that lab or study the solution. I don't see any question for the moment. I enjoyed your method to mix static content presentation with lots of pre-prepared examples, and have a good night. Thank you for that feedback. I really appreciate those things. And yeah, enjoy also your evening for those where it's not already midnight, because there is some people are in my time zone, which means also midnight. Yes, tomorrow, same time, same link, and then we continue with mostly microprofile and data access like databases. Thank you and see you tomorrow. Bye.